Thank you. A big clap again for the Boys Choir. The Boys Choir is a convening of high schoolers, college-going young men who love to sing patriotic songs. So it's wonderful to see this. Thank you so much, Boys Choir. Please have a seat. Please have a seat. And you are all welcome. Good morning once again. Good morning once again. My name is Mildred Ngesa. I am here as your moderator and extremely excited to be in this convening. Good morning to this UNESCO Eastern Africa Sub-Regional Forum on Artificial Intelligence. And I have been praying so much that AI would develop an app where I would know what my 18-year-old is planning or what naughtiness my 11-year-old is up to before they actually do it. So the power and beauty of AI is telling us the world is moving and moving really fast. Coming to the venue in the morning, when you put on your GPS, the lady accompanying you, whether you like it or not, directs you to where you're going. The power of AI cannot be underestimated. We know that the world has shifted and everything technological, digital is what is actually leading the future of where the world goes. And so today, dear delegates, and for the next 3 days, we are opening up our minds, our thoughts, our aspirations, our knowledge. We want this to be a very fiery knowledge exchange kind of conversation. We want impact to come out of knowledge sharing, experience sharing. We want countries by countries to share their experiences so that we can emerge with a more substantive approach to our AI prowess in the Eastern Africa region. And so to start us off, may I welcome our host, Dr. James Njogu, the Acting Secretary General of the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO. A clap for Dr. Njogu, please. Thank you. Welcome, Dr. Njogu.
It's on. Thank you very much. Hello? It's not on. Yeah, I think it's on. Thank you very much, Mildred. Ashe Enkai.
Ashe Enkai.
I want to repeat that. And Ashe Enkai says, thank you, or means thank you, God.
Yeah.
Mildred, I speak Maasai.
Very good.
For your information. So this is really an auspicious day. We are really pleased to have you and to have the various guests. Allow me, first of all, to recognize our guests, and for that matter, chief guests. The Principal Secretary is represented here. The Principal Secretary for Basic Education, Ang Belio, who is represented by Elijah Mungai. Dr. Elijah Mungai represents the peers who sent him because he's engaged in several other duties. We also have the State Department for ICT and Digital Economy, represented by Dr. Mary Karema. You're welcome and thank you very much. Allow me also to recognize the UNESCO headquarters, Madame Ramos, ADG. We are highly privileged to have you here. Our Kenya permanent delegation to UNESCO, based in Paris, you're welcome home. We are excited also to have you here, and this demonstrates the importance of this very useful meeting. We have ministers from outside the country, or their representatives, especially the ministry official for education, ministry officials for ICT from the Eastern African region, 13 countries. You're very much welcome. We have also regional economic community representatives. I recognize you. We have various delegates from the intergovernmental organization. We also have Secretary Generals, my equals from other countries that is within the Eastern Africa. I recognize you. Representative from development partners, so we have quite a number here. We recognize you and thank you for being here. Members of civil society and the Fourth Estate, we are pleased that you are here. Facilitators and presenters in the conference, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I want to make a very short statement before I start inviting our key guests who will give some short remarks. One is that this is a very important event we are having, and I'm sure all of you are taking it very so, because you have left other things to do, but you are here. We had the first International Forum on Artificial Intelligence in Africa. It was hosted in Morocco at Mohammed VI University in Beguer, Morocco. That was around December 12-13 December 2018. We had the second, which I also attended, that was held for the UNESCO Southern African sub-region. And the theme of that was toward a sustainable development, oriented and ethical use of artificial intelligence. This was held in 2020, September. And certainly this is the third. This shows you how important it is. You will agree with me that technology, in particular AI, is one of the global disruptors, among others disruptors that we have, including climate change, socio-economic issues, and so on. But this AI thing is very monumental. It has a lot of implication in all spheres of life, which we shall be discussing here. May it be education, may it be in research, may it be in social aspects, issues of privacy, and so on. There are negative and positive aspects. So under the Ministry of Education, NATCOM, that's the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO, the permanent delegation, we are very keen on UNESCO matters, and especially on ethics of AI. And why we are keen on this, in the 41st General Conference, Kenya chaired the Social and Human Science Commission, where a recommendation was made on ethics of AI. This tells you our role as a country, and a role even to host these for the Eastern African region. So again, we are saying Africa cannot be left behind in the development and use of artificial intelligence. So it is not just the ethics of AI. So again, this forum is very useful and very important. With that, allow me to invite Ambassador Professor Peter Ngure to make short remarks before we proceed to the next guest. Thank you very much. Let us welcome Ambassador Peter Ngure. Karibu sana.
The representatives of the principal secretaries of basic education, ICT and the digital economy, the Deputy Director General, Assistant Director General of UNESCO, Madam Gabriela Ramos, who is also a very good friend of mine, and very, very agile in matters of ethics of AI. I would also want to recognize the cabinet ministers who are with us from other countries. I would also want to recognize the Special Envoy for Technology for Kenya. By the way, it's good to note that Kenya is the only country in Africa that has an ambassador that focuses strictly on technology. And globally, we only have 21 envoys of technology, and that tells you how seriously we take matters to do with technology. I would also want to appreciate the acting director for the regional Office of the Eastern Africa for UNESCO, Dr. Alexandros Makargakis. He's worked very hard with his team, and my brother and friend, Dr. James Njogu, the Secretary General of NATCOM. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Nairobi. This forum has delayed a bit, but I think in God's time, this is the best time for us to have these conversations on artificial intelligence. In these 3 days, we'll bring a total of 17 ministers, some online, others in person. We'll bring a retinue of technical experts from the Eastern Africa countries. We'll bring people from industry and corporates, including academia, to have a conversation around matters of artificial intelligence. Our intention is to help the sub-region to really scale up and appreciate the urgency of getting into this conversation and moving with speed to enter the phase for implementation. In my duties as Kenya's ambassador to UNESCO, I've had many conversations with different delegations and different ambassadors, and I just want to mention one example because I know time is moving. I had dinner with the ambassador of EU, and she brought round the table experts, and one of the experts of OECD mentioned that where we are today, artificial intelligence is able to think at the same level as a human being. Then the next sentence really took us by storm. He said that it is anticipated that in the next 1 to 3 years, artificial intelligence as a technology will be at a level where machines will be thinking better than humans. And I could read the nonverbals on his face. And he confirmed my fears by saying, I'm not too sure, as a technical expert in this space, I'm not too sure how the world will look like 3 years down the line. Of course, my turn to speak came, and you can guess what I said. Africa is literally waking up from the sleep. And yet the world has shifted. The world moving forward will be driven by artificial intelligence. Mention any sector, and artificial intelligence is already influencing it, from agriculture to industry to infrastructure to education to health, etc. And the main thing that we look at all that is, have we considered the ethics around harnessing, deploying, accessing, and using the technology? UNESCO produced recommendations on how these new technologies can be used in the year 2021, and we are so glad and very, very appreciative of UNESCO for having considered Kenya fit enough to host this great forum. And that is why we are here. After these 3 days, we'll be signing off some outcomes that will help us to really know how far we are in matters artificial intelligence. I was checking our global index, our ranking. We are not doing too badly. We are at position 62. US is leading, China follows closely, the UK, Singapore, and others. But those 3 top countries dominate more than 80% of what is being offered in AI. So if you are at number 62, probably what you contribute is a drop in the ocean. But believe you me, the East Africa sub-region, after this forum, we should be able to leapfrog and catch up with Europe, catch up with China and US, and more importantly, drive our own agenda. We need to appreciate the unique realities of Africa and be able to drive the agenda in such a way that everything that we do will be contextualized. Welcome to Nairobi again, and thank you for honoring us with your presence.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I know we need this for translation. Okay, it's on now. Thank you very much, Professor Ngure. I think let us give him an applause. Once again, thank you very much, and playing a key role in organizing this forum. We really needed it, and it has come at the right time. Allow me at this moment invite Mary Karema to speak on behalf of the ICT. Please, Madam Mary. Let us welcome her with an applause. She is representing Engineer Tonui.
Ministers of ICT and Education from the East African region, representatives of Director General, UNESCO, ministry officials from the region, officers from UNESCO, regional intergovernment organizations, representatives of the development partners, members of the civil society, facilitators and presenters in this conference, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm standing here on behalf of my peers, and I have only one single duty: to deliver his speech. Apologies that he was not able to be here because of other duties that could not be avoided. So allow me to go ahead to read his speech. Let me start by thanking all of you for finding time to be here in this morning. This conference, whose theme is Artificial Intelligence for Sustainable Development, reinforcing capabilities, capacities, strengthening partnerships and international cooperation, and promoting ethical use of AI, comes at a time when the government of Kenya has made key strides in leveraging ICT effectiveness and efficiency in service delivery, as well as security of government ICT systems and data. As we all know, our president has prioritized technology and is keen on making Kenya a lead ICT investment destination in Africa. We have integrated ICT into the country's economic agenda, not only as an enabler, but as an accelerator to really catalyze the economy of this country. It is for this reason that the government, through the State Department of ICT and Digital Economy, is delivering strategic government ICT projects under the Government of Kenya Digital Transformation Agenda, which has identified the following pillars: the digital superhighway, the digitalization of government services, the government public Wi-Fi service, and the ICT hubs at the ward level. I note that the government of Kenya takes very seriously the critical importance and immense value of artificial intelligence and its impact on governance and livelihoods in general. AI is rapidly developing the field with the potential to revolutionize many aspects of life in Africa regarding socio-economic development, to address challenges in healthcare, agriculture, education, and public safety. AI-powered tools can now diagnose diseases, improve crop yields, and personalize learning. Studies indicate that artificial intelligence could significantly boost economic growth and enhance Africa's GDP by 2030. This will lead to increased job creation and financial inclusion. In an era where our lives are intricately intertwined with technology, the government acknowledges the challenges that bedevil the implementation of AI, including infrastructure limitation, such as reliable electricity and internet access, that are crucial for the AI implementation. and these resources can scarce, especially among the urban poor and rural communities. Another challenge is inadequate digital literacy. Upskilling the population in digital technology is essential to ensure people can both develop and utilize the AI effectively. Upskilling the workforce in AI fundamentals, data science, and responsible use of AI is also crucial. This can be achieved through educational programs, workshops, and online courses. We also need to have ethical consideration, since biases in AI algorithm and data privacy must be addressed to ensure responsible AI development. The government has put in place a robust data privacy framework, deliberate African-led research and development into AI applications for sustainable development specific to the continent's needs is necessary and urgent. To promote the use of AI, these need to develop an AI systems that are transparent in their decision-making processes and can be easily explained to build trust and address bias. In addition, to ensure data governance, the government has established clear frameworks for data collection, storage, and use to ensure privacy and security. We need to ensure AI development is aligned and guided by and contributes to the UN Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, for a more equitable and environmentally conscious future. By working together on these fronts, we can leverage AI's potential to address Africa's sustainable challenges and create a more prosperous future for all. As in all technology matters, strengthening partnerships and international cooperations is paramount. For knowledge sharing, fostering collaborations between developed and developing countries to share best practices, expertise, and technology advancements in AI for sustainability is imperative. We are alive to the continental initiatives and take collaborations in AI and other emerging technologies very seriously. The African Union is developing a continental AI strategy to leverage the technology's benefits while mitigating risks. Other continental initiatives like Smart Africa and AUDA NEPAD promote AI research and development tailored to Africa needs. Additionally, the Nairobi Declaration, signed by African ICT ministers earlier this year, commits to harmonizing legislation and regulation of ICT across Africa, fostering innovation, enabling cross-border data transfer, facilitating information sharing across regional blocks, and promoting knowledge sharing of AI, among other initiatives. Overall, AI presents a significant opportunity for Africa's growth. By overcoming the challenges and implementing AI responsibly, African nations can harness its opportunity to improve the lives of our citizens. To the organizers of this forum, drawn from the Kenya government and UNESCO, I thank you for organizing and planning this inaugural UNESCO AI conference in Kenya. I urge all of us to embrace the results of this meeting and take active roles in supporting the implementation of commitments therein. Thank you very much, and I wish you a prosperous and also a well-organized and deliberations that will come up with the resolutions that will move Africa forward. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mary. and we want to give you an applause. Can we please applause for her speech? She has really addressed pertinent key issues that we are going to discuss here. So once more, thank you very much. Now, a little bit about UNESCO before I invite ADG Gabriela Ramos, and we are proud of you. What you do at SHS is very pivotal. And I want to mention that we have 5 programs under UNESCO. And this is the design of the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO as well. We have education as one of the programs. Well, I know we have our expert committee. Most of you know much about the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO and UNESCO. But let me highlight the 5 programs. Education, natural science, social and human sciences, culture, communication, and information. These programs are deep. And AI cuts across. And at UNESCO, we quite often say this, that since war starts in the minds of people, and of course, in the constitution, UNESCO constitution, it says men, but here men includes also women, that since the war starts in the minds of men, I know Ramos might not agree with that, it is in the minds of men that peace must be constructed. AI cuts across, and it's also useful in peace, in development, sustainable development, and of course, in intellectual collaboration, which again we stand for. I know she'll be speaking more on that. So at this point, our beloved guests, allow me to welcome Gabriela Ramos, Assistant Director General, Social and Human Sciences, UNESCO. Can we applaud as she comes to give her remarks? If you prefer that one, it's much better. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, James. And well, Ambassador, this is impressive. And I really want to thank the Ministry of ICT. I want to thank the Ministry of Education, the National Commission, our wonderful office at the Regional Eastern Africa. We also have a representative of Gabon. My dear Joel, all protocol observed, because you have heard all of the names and all of the people that have been engaged in this. And I have to say that it's just amazing. It's long overdue because Kenya is one of the most impressive forces behind these developments in Africa. And we were expecting this conversation to happen today. And it's very timely. We were talking with the ambassador and also with our friends here. It's very timely because right now, Philippe Tigo is with us from the advisory board of the Secretary General. The conversation is really getting very hot. The Global Digital Compact, the question of the AI Safety Summit in the UK, in France, in Korea, the question of the G20 and the G7, everybody's talking about artificial intelligence, everybody. At UNESCO, we are proud to have all the programs that were mentioned, but particularly a global standard that since 2021, where my dear Ngoto was heading the SHS Commission, all member states, 193 member states joined the consensus of the recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence. And this recommendation is not only about to control the downsides. The ethical framework is to think about how can we govern the technologies to deliver for people, because this is a conversation that we need to have. And this is the conversation, the global conversation that we are having. And therefore, we are really glad to have this Eastern African Sub-Regional Forum, because we know that whatever comes out from this conversation, from all of you, from your engagement, from your investments, will fit into this global conversation, and the African voice will be heard loud and clear, thanks to this very clear, impressive element. And I'm sorry, I was supposed to say, I forgot about that. Habari asubuhi. Habari asubuhi. How could I forget that? Sorry, I should have started to saying that because I love it. I have been practicing for quite some time, but I will try to see if I learn more words on Swahili, because this is one of the issues. One of the issues of how do we ensure the ethical framework is how do we ensure that the languages, that the culture, that the socioeconomic environment is represented in the technologies, because they are not. 80% of these technologies are being developed by two countries, the US and China, by few firms. Large language model does not recognize languages as they should, and therefore this is one of the issues that we will be discussing now today, and that has been also part of our global standard. ERFI will tackle the concrete issues at the top of the leaders' agendas: how to use AI to leverage the SDGs, how to preserve local cultures and histories, how to solve the workforce shortage and skills gap, how to make the tech ecosystem more inclusive, including for women. And this conference attests to the fact that Africa is active and engaged in the reflection on how to develop and use AI, and we want to leverage these experiences. We need to bring them to the table, and because the world is going to be together in the Summit of the Future in September in the UN, and there will be the Global Digital Compact, I feel that this is going to fit very nicely into these issues. Now, ERFI will also advance UNESCO flagship program for Priority Africa to harness new and emerging technologies for sustainable development of Africa. We will be publishing guidelines on platforms. Well, you know also, because I know that we also have here our colleagues from other sectors, very importantly doing work to regulate digital platforms, to look at how do we use AI for judicial systems. We have mentioned it, the question of disaster risk management, education, how it is impacting the cultural sector. UNESCO is about culture too, and how this is impacting the cultural sector. We just produced several reports that show how much AI is really contributing to widen inequalities on many fronts, but also regarding women that are underrepresented. I'm very pleased to tell you that we were well prepared to come here with you, because UNESCO is implementing the recommendation all over the world. But here in this forum, we are going to launch the African chapter of the Women for Ethical AI. There are lots of very impressive women in this area of the world that's going to fit into the Women for Ethical AI. We are going to also launch the business for implementing the recommendation, our business council, including also the African companies that are very important that they join us. And we are really proud because at UNESCO, member states, the 193, and then the US came back, so now we have 194, and they have been very explicit to the fact that they did not want to be absent to this conversation. Ethics. Who needs ethics? We need investments, we need technologies, we need the economy. And at the end, with generative AI, with the existential threats that are now we're talking about, with the discrimination and the biases, and we know we just published a report looking at how these technologies, if they are not ethically framed, can just reproduce misinformation and lies regarding, for example, the Holocaust. But the other part is to have a framework that is very good, and I feel that you manage to make it work, member states. Another thing is to implement it. And we are now implementing it, because we developed a readiness assessment methodology, and we're very proud that we are going to be delivering the first country, the Kenyan readiness assessment methodology, on Wednesday, I hope. And it's the very first country in this region to finish the RAM, the readiness assessment methodology. Thank you to the Ministry of ICT. But we are doing 22 RAMs in Africa, and we're doing 50 RAMs all over the world. So this is providing us with a lot of standardized information, knowledge that countries can share, because the readiness assessment methodology of UNESCO is not about the infrastructure and the skills only. Of course we need infrastructure, of course we need the skills, of course we need investments, but it's also about the culture of the country, it's also about the social context, it's also about what the Kenyans want to do with this technology. It's not about the technology, it's about us humans deciding what to want to do with it. And 5 countries in Eastern Africa is going to be represented in this forum: Mauritius, Rwanda, and many others, Ethiopia and Tanzania, are going to start their readiness assessment. And there we will get this in-depth picture on the investments that need to be done, on the infrastructure gaps that need to be filled, on the skills investment, what is essential to craft the right governance approaches of AI. Because it's not about the technology, it's how do we govern it. What kind of tools, what kind of investments, what kind of decisions, what kind of policies do we need to frame the technologies? I know that people get enchanted to talk about large language models and how fast they learn and how important you mentioned it, my dear, the question of how, no, it was the ambassador, the question of how intelligent they are becoming. Because if you think that if you have generative AI and they can learn from their own processes, it's like billions of people learning at the same time, which is just impressive. And this is generative AI. We don't know if we will get into iterative AI or we would get, I mean, it can be further away. But the question is, how do we frame them to respond to our needs and to our concerns? And how do we ensure that they deliver for our plans, for the SDGs, and for what we have? We're going to be presenting the RAM, so I don't want to, the readiness assessment methodology for Kenya, so I don't want to bring all of the information. I will do that on Wednesday. But the fact is that we were pleasantly surprised, first because there is determination, there's leadership, there is this vision of how to enhance the investments, and that's very important. Leadership is important. Having a very committed people leading the way on how to take advantage of AI is very important. The country has a strong and vibrant digital environment, with ITC significantly contributing to Kenya GDP. Kenya's Open Data Initiative by the ICT Authority shows that the country is committed to promote data sharing for citizens and business. We've heard that before. Mary was mentioning all these elements. Kenya also aims to treat millions of citizens and civil servants with digital skills based on ethical practices and socio-cultural values as per the Kenya Digital Master Plan. And so we have these elements that are so important, and we need to bring all of the stakeholders and shareholders to have a very good conversation. And this is what the readiness assessment methodology of UNESCO wants to do, because once we have this analysis, and now we have the experts coming also to our discussion, then you see what do we do about it. And we're going to put in the hands of Kenya also our networks, or AI Ethics Experts Without Borders. As I said, we're Women for Ethical AI. We're just having next Thursday and Friday a policy dialogue for AI, where we will be bringing all of the countries that are doing the readiness assessment and methodology. And then there is a final reflection that I want to share with you. We're all thinking, how do we take advantage of AI? How do we are not left behind? How do we, because this is one of the most important challenges of our time. I believe that the question should be, how do we advance our development path with the support of artificial intelligence? Because that changes the conversation. Again, it's not about the technology. It's about how do we imagine that these technologies can help Africa and all of the countries present here and Kenya to leapfrog. We know development is not linear. We always thought that you will go through agriculture and manufacturing, and then you go to high-tech issues, and it's not true. You have sectors living together, very, very advanced sectors like the Savannah, Silicon Valley, as you call it, with very backward sectors. How do we ensure that the bringing together these technological approaches and developments can help us lift the different economic areas that you have here? We have this amazing story of the Kenyan banking sector and the mobile industry that was really impressive in the time. This is the kind of reflection that we should have. How do we shape the technologies? What kind of investments? What kind of incentives? How do we frame them with policy tools to ensure that they help us to leapfrog and to get to a higher level of development than the one we have now? Because this is the real challenge. It's not about getting ourselves as the most attractive ITC or not ITC. It's how do we translate that into delivering for people, into delivering for one of the most impressive assets that Kenya has and Africa has, which is its youth, but that then can become one of the blessings or one of the curses, depending on how we shape the technological development. This is really important. We know that artificial intelligence is going to add up 15 trillion to the world economy, and that will be around 6% in Kenyan economic terms. But the fact is that this cannot just fall in a vacuum. It needs to fall in a whole setting that we need to build together to ensure that it delivers for advancing the well-being of our people. And that's why we will be inviting you. The readiness assessment methodology is done, and we have our experts here. I know that the Digital Compact, and I look at Philippe, is going to deliver good news, I hope. UNESCO and ITU are being called to support Amandeep Gill, who is driving this force for the Secretary General, to support them on all of the aspects that the Digital Compact is going to deliver. But it's much more important to bring the different shareholders to the table. One of the most important commitments of UNESCO is that we do not talk among experts only. We need to bring those that are not the experts, because AI touches every single aspect of our lives. And therefore, bring them over, bring them to discuss, bring them to give their views. The indigenous communities, those that are left behind, women, children, all of them should come to this discussion along with the business sector and many other actors that are so important to be here. Great to contribute to the African Union's digital transformation strategy. We have been working there with our colleagues from other sectors. We are also working on looking at how different languages can be represented in these large language models that are not so representative from the culture around the world. And therefore, we are really looking at very concrete issues on how to advance this important discussion. As I said, we're working with Comoros, Djibouti, Ethiopia, Madagascar, Mauritius, Rwanda, Seychelles, Somalia, South Sudan, and I know Seychelles is here, Uganda, Tanzania, and many, many other countries doing readiness assessment methodologies that will bring all this knowledge to discuss how do we bring AI to advance our human purposes, because that's the whole point. And so it's great to be here with you. It was a long stander. I think that the impressiveness of this room, the way that the Kenyans did, because they always deliver so nicely, was worth the wait. And now I just want to finish my speech with Asante Nisana. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gabriela Ramos, ADG, SHS. She has talked about a number of things that are really key. The readiness assessment. It's about how to govern these new technologies, how to govern AI, so that then we benefit. Allow me to recognize a big number participating online. I think we are only seeing ourselves seated here, but we have a big number of audience who are online, including my board chairman, Professor Mohammed Rajab in Mombasa, and he expresses his greeting. I'm sure he will be here for the high-level component, but he's listening and following keenly. Allow me also to recognize Ambassador Philippe Digo, MBS, that's the High Decoration, member of the Order of the Burning Spear. advisor on data and open governance. We are really pleased to have you here. We also have experts. I'm sure when it comes to questions, we'll be having tough questions and nice questions that will help us take direction on where we want to go. So thank you very much. Now, allow me to invite the chief guest to open this wonderful forum. The PS for Basic Education, Dr. Belio Kipsang, who is represented by Elijah Mungai. He will deliver the speech and also speak to us. So you are welcome, Bwana Elijah Mungai. Let us applaud for him. Karibu sana.
And so let me identify myself again, Elijah Mungai, from the State Department of Basic Education, and representing the PS, State Department for Basic Education, Dr. Belio Kipsang, who up to until a few minutes ago was still willing to come and join us. But nevertheless, I have his message, his remarks. So, Cabinet secretaries present and those representing them, physically and online. And I have heard the good words being said about her. I join. And we have officials from the region, Minister of Education officials from the region. We have other stakeholders from the region, officers from UNESCO, regional economic communities, intergovernment organizations, representatives from development partners, facilitators and presenters in the conference, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Hamjambo. Hamjambo. So it gives me great pleasure to address this important UNESCO Eastern Africa Regional Forum on Artificial Intelligence Conference. The theme being harnessing AI for sustainable development in Eastern Africa, governance, ethics, capacities, and partnerships, so as to inform on further priority actions at country, regional, or continental levels. On behalf of the Ministry of Education, I extend a warm welcome to all our international and local participants who have joined us today. This conference marks a significant milestone in our journey towards embracing and integrating AI into our educational landscape and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, as we gather here, we are on the brink of a transformative era where AI is not just a technological advancement, but a profound catalyst for change across all sectors of our society. In the realm of education, AI holds particular promise. It has the potential to revolutionize the way we teach and learn, making education more personalized, inclusive, and effective. AI-driven tools can help us tailor education experiences to meet the unique needs of each student. ensuring that no one is left behind. Furthermore, AI can assist our educators by automating administrative tasks, providing insights in student performance, and supporting development of innovative teaching methods. As we integrate AI into our education system, we must ensure it is done ethically and equitably. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of Kenya is committed to supporting the development and implementation of artificial intelligence in education. We are investing in infrastructure, training, and resources to build a robust AI ecosystem. This includes partnerships with technology companies, academic institutions, and international organizations to ensure that we leverage the best practices and cutting-edge technologies. The government is cognizant of the ministry initiatives to promote science, technology, engineering, and mathematics at STEM in education, which lays the foundation for students to excel in AI-related fields. Through programs that encourage innovation and hands-on learning, we are nurturing a generation of thinkers, creators, and leaders who will drive artificial intelligence revolution. This discussion is therefore timely, as the basic education curriculum framework established the STEM pathway to attract 60% of learners at senior school and our competency-based education that was rolled out a few years ago. As we move forward, collaborations will be key, and I urge all stakeholders, educators, policymakers, industry leaders, and researchers to work together to create a conducive environment for AI in education. Above all, not only should AI be the catalyst we need to enable our education system to develop a workforce for the 21st century, as we leverage opportunities that the fourth and fifth industrial revolution provides, but also solve the challenges we face as a society. Let us share our knowledge, resources, expertise to build an education system that not only adapts to the demands of the future, but leads the way in innovation and excellence. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers of this conference for bringing us together to discuss and deliberate on this crucial topic. And I am confident that the insights and connections made here will inspire and propel us towards a brighter and enhanced AI future. Thank you all for your commitment and passion for education and technology. Let us seize this opportunity to transform our education system and empower the next generation to thrive in artificial intelligence-driven world. And so I thank you and wish you fruitful deliberations. And I'm looking forward to the declarations from this forum and how best we can maximize artificial intelligence to advance humanity. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, Bwana Mungai. I'm also inviting the speakers that have spoken to take these seats. We should have taken them early, but we need a kind of photo when you are seated there. Madam Ramos, kindly. Madam Mary, Balozi, tuchukue hiyo viti. Bwana Mungai. And before I invite the MC, allow me to appreciate the chief guests. And before even the chief guests, we shall appreciate Tuseme Asanti kwa Madam Ramos. Let's applause. That's for Madam Ramos. All of us, we can say Asanti. Asante. Asante.
Asante.
That is Swahili for thank you. Let's say also Asante for the chief guest, Representative Bwana Mungai. With the clap, Asante.
Asante.
Yeah, you can have a seat. Thank you very much. MC, take over now. The meeting has been declared open. Did I hear those words?
So the meeting is now declared open.
Thank you.
Let's applaud.
Thank you, and a big clap also for Dr. Njogu for moderating this session. Thank you very much, honorable guests. As I invite our keynote speaker today, allow me to tell you this story. Once upon a time, when facing a challenge in an office where we were working together with the keynote speaker, when we were panicking and feeling like we are in such a big challenge, he came in calm, cool, collected, and said, but this is a good problem. And this is how our panic dissipated. So we saw the challenge as a good problem. This gentleman who sees challenges as good problems is actually the executive director for Africa for Thunderbird School for Global Management. Clearly, in problem solving, everything looks good, whether it's a big challenge or a small one. Ambassador Philip Thigo, we welcome you for your keynote address. Karibu sana.
Sorry, this is me creating problems. No. I apologize. Buenos dias, Gabriela. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Name, as you've heard, is Philip. I try to make people's lives a little bit hard because it is UNESCO. I figured you need some technical input a bit into the meeting. I think, and I'll try to do this very quickly. I think all the keynote speakers have basically summarized this conversation, but I'll try as much as possible and fill in the blanks, and if I go quickly, the slides will be available. I think it's important to put this into context. The reason why we're here is because technology is moving a little bit differently. It's no longer just affecting our areas of work, but it's affecting everything that we do, how we live, learn, and work. We're in a different age of technology. It's not a different age of industry. It's actually a different age of technology. I always like to use this slide because as much as we talk about AI, there's some of our populations that are still in the second, still trying to figure out the third and the fourth industrial revolution. So it's not equal. So when you talk about ethics, it's also about inclusivity. We can't also talk about ethics without understanding the three biggest forces that are driving our current industry, which is climate. We cannot build technology without necessarily recognizing its harm to the planet. Gabriela mentioned demography, and it works both ways, right? It's both the young people, but also it's the older generation that are being displaced by technology and the technology itself, which in our sense is moving very quickly and must be tempered. I like to use this slide because we are highly connected, highly integrated in populations like ours, highly mobile, with the demography sometimes is mobile first or mobile only, and it's only increasing every year. But then even with the increase of technology, it's unequal, and I want us to look at our region. Internet adoption in our region is 26.7%. So let's also be very clear that it's not everybody we're talking about. It's a very little population that we're talking about. In case of unconnected populations, again, look at our region. It's 360 million. So there's a lot of work to be done around inclusivity. Of course, COVID-19 did most of what we are trying to do over time. But then there's an increasingly high development and production of data. This is a day in data, you can imagine. It's 500 million tweets, it's 400 petabytes of data around Meta and Facebook. It's all of you, 3.9 billion using your email. It's data around cloud, it's 4 terabytes. I mean, it's boggling. If you think about the amount of data we're producing, and so when you talk about ethics, it's also about data privacy. Which is interesting because all of this data you have was created 2 years ago. And it's going to double in the next 2 years. So think about it, 90% of data created in the last 2 years. Most will be created again in the next 2 years. And these are the trends we're seeing that are driving it. The 4 big, I call them the big 4. One, of course, is globalization. We're highly connected, and that's why we're here. The second one, of course, is new behaviors. People who take photos of their food before they eat. Gen Alpha, Z, Kenya, this is now your song. In terms of demography, they're making a bigger population, but also the big one, I think, is how technology is moving. We're becoming more cloud, more smarter, and so the trends are showing in a certain direction. Quickly, what challenges do we have? And to Mildred's point, it's a good problem to have. Quickly, of course, ethically, we are seeing a lot of acceleration and prosperity amidst a big inequality. And this is so true to our region, where a majority, as you've seen, are excluded from opportunity because technology is just not about digital, it's actually about society. And of course, because of adoption, benefits will always flow to early adopters. This is why you always hear the usual suspects. So it's Kenya, it's Rwanda, it's Ghana, it's Nigeria, it's Senegal. How do you ensure that the benefits are equalizing? And so this is what we are finding. And to Gabriela's point, if we don't do something, and for me it's the cost of inaction, is this, that the world is increasingly becoming trust deficit. And for governments, we're the least trusted, simply because of we are leaving people behind. So the context of artificial intelligence must also be spoken within the context of trust. Because we talk about data, we talk about governance and data is a context of trust, because people have real fears, and we know AI is one of the causes of fears. If you look at number 4 in terms of the cost of living, that's what we're experiencing. People have genuine fears. And out of the 5 greatest risks, AI is in 4 of them. From misinformation, disinformation, to polarization of society, to the cost of living, to cyber attacks. So it is something we cannot ignore potentially. And so the challenges of this, I think, of course, policymakers, we can catch up. We are seeing new risks that we are trying to understand. We are seeing issues around workers' rights. That's important, because if you think about the cost of living and jobs and people being afraid of losing jobs, with exponential companies means less workers' rights. People are losing jobs because of automation. And then we are seeing down here human agency, because we are delegating lots of our decision-making to machines. There are ethical issues there. The point is that machines should never be left to make life and death decisions. It's unethical. And so as we think about this conference, let's really ponder on that. And we saw that during the stimulus period where people are doing that. Quickly, and because of talk about ethics, is why are we still building that and not building this? How are we getting our people future ready when our systems are not building the jobs or the talent for the future, especially in this region? And I'm glad somebody from the Ministry of Education is here. This is something we need to think about. especially public sector. I'll leave the slides, don't worry. Things to think about. So, the elephant in the room, AI. I don't know how to call it an elephant, but it seems to be many elephants. This is what we understand and what we knew before. Narrow AI, self-driving cars, auto-completion emails. I hope you know that email. I hope this finds you well. It auto-completes for you. So this was easy. But I think this is, and we can see the evolution. So it's not new. I always tell people AI is not new. From the 1950s, there was some artificial intelligence thing being spoken to. Slides will be shared. Don't kill yourself taking photos. And so we know this, right? From Siri to Watson to Eugene. So it's been there. But I think the difference with AI right now is this other guy now, generative artificial intelligence, which means AI is everywhere, right? Artificial intelligence, generating new outputs. So you've used ChatGPT, you've used Gemini, and you've used a lot of things. So, but we're seeing now AI being able to recognize patterns, create new content from image, text, videos, and even more. So there was a readiness mentioned. Let me use this one a bit. When you look at our region, since it's everywhere, the lighter it is, the less ready you are. The darker it is, the more ready you are. Simple. So look at Africa. Something to think about. Are we ready? Now let's talk about governance. We are not ready, but let's talk about governance. So quickly, in terms of governance, of course, there's fragmentation. And that is one big issue we need to think about. And I think this is why we're grateful to UNESCO and the work that the UN is doing in terms of thinking about, okay, I didn't step on the cable. I will need help if somebody messed the presentation there. There's some human interaction there. I don't know who I offended, but believe me, I didn't build any artificial intelligence. If you're one of the guys losing your jobs, I'm sorry. You have to simply find a new job to do. I apologize. I did not remember. Which slide was I? Yeah, it's always in a technology meeting that we have technical issues. Something always doesn't work. Are we good? Okay. Please don't interrupt again. Okay. So fragmentation, right? So if somebody can step from the cable. I like to show this. This is our work in the AI advisory body. So I want you to look at UNESCO, and this is where we give congratulations to UNESCO. Is UNESCO, in terms of AI, has been the most inclusive in terms of countries involved. So those are parties means countries. So look at, UNESCO was the one that has actually involved 193 countries. Everybody else, it's been a club of 20, 30. With the AU, and I know that was released, but the truth is, as Gabriela mentioned, AI is concentrated amongst a few countries and a few companies. Of the list you saw, only 7 countries are part of everything. 119 countries are part of nothing. So which tells you inclusivity is a problem. And so as the AU, finally, I know it was mentioned they are, but they have adopted last week on June 17th an African strategy focused on leveraging opportunities for AI. Ethics is very much at the center of it, looking at infrastructure, talent, data, and innovation, but also figuring out partnerships. So that strategy is now out. Hopefully it will be part of our Africa Common Position. But I think even when we have strategies, let's agree, it's moving too quickly, that the current norms lack the necessary imagination to govern AI, right? Decision makers are too focused on thinking of the linear and the pain points, and they're not looking at the strategic or the long-term view of the impact of artificial intelligence. I apologize if you feel offended on this one, but it's the truth. right? Governments, as we know, people are talking to us in 21st century tech. We listen to them in 20th century technology and provide 19th century responses. It simply means the responses we are providing are incompatible with where people are, and we're seeing that manifesting in the lack of trust because people are different. The personas are different, from a doctor to a young advocate, to an urban dweller, to a farmer, to a tech entrepreneur. Their needs are not the same. And so complexity of the world has surpassed complexity of our minds. Technology is changing, the mind is not changing. So we really need to think about how we govern this new age. And a lot of it actually has to do with data. And let's start talking about ethics, because how many remember that? The Pope looks cool, right? That's a deep fake. But that's the world we are seeing, right? 20 million views. There's a celebrity who retweeted this and believed it, Chrissy Teigen, until later she said, oh my God, that actually was not true. Taylor Swift, 45 million views. Again, talk about ethics. Most powerful man in the world with a fake robocall at the New Hampshire elections. All I'm saying is that no one is safe and no one is immune. So governance becomes important. So how do we reimagine governance of AI? First of all is we must embrace complexity. These are not simple issues. And that's why I think it's important with ethical standards. We need to think about agility and inclusivity. We need to be more collaborative, more linear, especially our minds. We need to think about collaboration going beyond our previous silo mentality and thinking through collaboration and co-creation, which is becoming a key element around a fast-changing technology environment. We need to invest in a couple of things, and the previous speakers didn't speak about this. But I think as Africans, we need to think about, only Morocco has that asset, compute. We need to think about how we invest in infrastructures of the future. The same way we invest in roads, bridges, the same way we need to invest in this. So let's think about it. It's data, it's talent, it's compute. Forget all the complicated things under that. But also we need to do the basics. If we talk about people being left behind, we still need to connect people. A third of the continent has electricity. We still need to do that hard work. We still need to think about data, especially data for sustainable development, civil registration, vital statistics, health data, agriculture data. We still need to do the basics. We still need to figure out how to resource our development innovatively within a constrained physical space. We need to think about skills, not just high-level artificial intelligence skills, but skills generally, AI plus, because AI is not an ICT issue. If you're a doctor, how do you work with machines? If you're a teacher, how do you work with machines? If you are an agriculture farmer, how do you work with AI? Not an ICT issue, but how do you leverage on AI, or it will leverage you if you are not ready for this. So what is the global imperative? Now let me get to my work at the UN AI Advisory Body. I've talked about fragmentation, I've talked about inequality, I've talked about ethics, I've talked about investments, I've talked about lack of inclusivity. So we need at least an inclusive process, which is where the UN comes in. And so in the wisdom of the Secretary General, he put together this advisory body that I'm part of, inclusive, cross-regional, gender-based, gender inclusive in terms of how can AI be governed for common good. And we look at this in terms of opportunities and enablers. What are the challenges? How do I learn with global norms? We figured we need to do this in terms of risks, but also looking at 5 broad global principles. And this is my first parting shot, is we need to think about artificial intelligence and governance around these broad principles, right? Governance of AI must be inclusive. It must be for public interest, not private interest, or for specific individuals. We must promote data commons because data is at the core of artificial intelligence. We must think about universal collaboration, networked and adaptive, because it's changing very quickly. We need to anchor it in the UN Charter, human rights and humanitarian law, and recently on the right to development. So these are the 5 principles. Whichever iteration you take it, we believe this is where we think AI starts to serve for humanity. And so in the future, when you look at our report, we'll be advocating for these 5 commons. So from a common understanding, we need an international scientific panel on AI that brings everybody and not only specific countries. We need a policy dialogue so that we can figure out how to mitigate and manage risks and harms, but also opportunities for artificial intelligence. We need a capacity development, and I cannot emphasize this is important. We need to build capacity, and it's an ongoing process. We need a global data framework, but also a resource to equalize people who are not included, but also to ensure that we invest in what matters around AI. We need something at the UN to coordinate this, and we need to constantly plan for the future. Of course, we worked on this with the US, and I'm sure there's a colleague from the US here. It can be done. We did a resolution that was adopted by consensus. So we feel there's a part where we can do this at the global level. And as Gabriela mentioned, there's a GDC coming, so please, member states, let's not lose track of this process. This is where it all comes together, especially on the means of implementation. Finally, if I were to leave anything from this room, let's think about inclusivity so that benefits are for humanity. Let's think about mitigating the risks of the misuse, but also let me add misuse. Because if you're misusing AI, there's a problem. It's a crime to misuse it, but there's a crime to misuse of it, because then you will not be as part of the development process. Let's think about ethical AI principles, and UNESCO, I think, has a good template for this. Let's avoid unethical behavior. The race to the bottom, let's avoid that. It's easy to race to the bottom because of profit, but it's good to avoid that. And then let's look at the issues of governance norms that are around human rights principles. I think, and with that, if we can build a safe, secure, inclusive, and trusted digital future of everybody, I think we'll have achieved our aim around how AI delivers for public good. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Thigo. Thank you. Another round of applause. Thank you very much. And I know Ambassador Thigo has moved very fast to sit, but I needed you to assist us in a quick AI exercise, Ambassador Thigo. If you could please kindly join us here. Ambassador Thigo, alongside the panelists in the morning, led by Dr. Njogu, if you could just join us with your phones, thank you very much, with your phones, together with Dr. Njogu, with Ms. Gabriela Ramos, and Madam Mary Kerama, please join us, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ambassador Thigo, what is sticking out from what you said is that machines should not be left to make life and death decisions. I'm very conscious of that for the next 3 days. Dear delegates, all of you too need to get off your phones. Please have your phones on your hands. There is a gentleman called James who needs you to log into Mentimeter right now. Yes, please log into Mentimeter. And James has the code at the top, 1381 3693. 1381 3693. Technology is the unifier for making us quiet. That's a good thing. That's a good problem. Thank you very much as you're trying this out. Are we voting already? There's a very simple question there. Have you used artificial intelligence? Simple, simple, simple. Ambassador Thigo, do you feel your team has voted already? Yes. Are they voting? James, are we at 50? Not yet? Delegates, please vote. It helps a lot. For almost there. Have you used artificial intelligence? James will advise us, are we okay? Or we keep voting? Please keep voting, delegates. It helps a lot. Thank you. Thank you. James, are we doing okay? This panel is quite efficient. I feel like making you do the next one. Thank you very much. Are we okay? So while the panel is standing here, if you move slightly, you can all see the screen. We have 93 voting yes. 93 voting yes. We have 6 saying maybe. Maybe means you're still sitting on the fence, not understanding whether AI is part of your life or not. And then there's no. No means you've never encountered, totally. Never even asked Siri a question. Never asked for direction through GB. The list is, so this is what we will do as we open the conference officially. And thank you, Ambassador Thigo, for challenging us. We were afraid that we will have less blues, in this case, in the form we are giving you of green, which means we are ready to move. A big clap, please, to the panel. Yes, it means we are ready to move. Now, I'm going to put a very shy red. A shy red. Who do you think I should give a shy red? Shy red? Oh, Dr. Njogu, I'm told I give you a shy red. So I'll have green here, and green here, and green here. Dr. Njogu, there's a volunteer that you need a shy red.
Okay. I don't know what that means.
I don't know. It means that you are on maybe. Thank you. And I am going to request as you move forward in a straight line. Thank you very much. We are already on our photo session. I'm sure you realize that. May I also ask that government representatives please come forward. We have government representatives, about 7, 8 of us, from different, please come forward, one representative from different countries. Could we have the delegation from Djibouti represented? Please come forward, thank you, sir. Could we have Ethiopia represented? Ethiopia? Please come forward. Could we have Madagascar represented? Madagascar. Please come forward. The photo is not complete without you. Please, could we have Mauritius, Rwanda, Seychelles represented? Thank you very much. Come forward. Could we have Somalia? Come forward to the stage. It's good. Thank you very much. Could we have Somalia? Could we have South Sudan, Uganda, Tanzania? Thank you very much. Thank you. The beauty of you coming is that you can choose which card you take. Which color would you like? You can choose. Dr. Njogu didn't get to choose, but you can choose what? Green is for, green even you? Yeah. Okay. Dr. Njogu, don't worry. Sometimes when you stand alone, you go very far. Okay. Yes, you do. May I ask, if you're going to pick green, should I give you red? Say the truth. You want red because you want green? Okay. Dr. Njogu is alone. He needs company. Green also. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Would you like to? Green. I thought you were his friend. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, honorables at the front, if you could just hold it up, it is our indication that we are ready to go. Red? Djibouti, would you like red or green? No, green. Green. You don't like Dr. Njogu? Oh, okay. He says you support it. Okay. That we lift it up, it means that we, in this conference, the deliberations of this conference have the color green to go. We are moving ahead with our AI aspirations. So, Dr. Njogu, okay, I was going to finish and be kind to him. Dr. Njogu, I'm really kind. Thank you.
I represent those who say no.
Yes, and they have to move to green.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. So a big clap, please hold it up. It helps a lot. If you hold it higher, even better. Thank you. Thank you, delegates. Can we clap for them? They are holding only green placards. It helps. Clap for them. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You can take your seats and keep the green. It reminds you a lot to push the agenda forward for your countries. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You are transformed.
Yeah.
Thank you. And once more, good morning, delegates. And we say Ashe and Kai for that opening session. We thank you for actually paying attention and doing the exercise on Mentimeter. It's really important. Many times we interact with technology without knowing at what levels we are interacting. And at this point, I would love to actually give us a break. I know we all need a break of at least 15 minutes. Yeah? A break for 15 minutes, and then we can proceed with the next session. Yes? This is the point where you clap for me, because I've been talking all day. Thank you very much. We are really happy to have you here. 15 minutes for a break. We have various coffee points. We have various coffee points. Just a minute, please allow me. Thank you. And Ambassador Thigo, there's also a request that you stay with us after tea very briefly. There's a question or two. Yes. Please, you're welcome to take your tea in our tea break in the different tea points. We have various tea points. Our ushers are here to show you. We have 15 minutes and we move into the next session. Thank you very much. Hello, could we start coming in, please? Time is very limited. Our apologies. Our apologies. Please start rushing in. I know, I see you. Shall we all come back in, please? Please, shall we all come back in? Time is not on our side. Thank you. Thank you for understanding. Please come back in. You know, Ambassador, I'm going to get people back in.
You don't know Kenyans. Kenyans love mandazi.
I know. Yes, yes. Tell them to be singing. Hello, please, could we come in? Thank you very much. Please stand here with me and help me get people in. Hello, please, could you come in? We are getting late. She's waving at you to come in. Please come in. Thank you very much. Please, let's come in. We need to start off. It's very difficult. Yeah, tell them. Thank you, thank you. Hello, could we please come in for the next session? Time is not on our side. Hello, hello, delegates. Please come in. Please come in. When I go out, please come in. I need help with a timekeeper. Please come in. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Please come in. I'm shouting on day one at the top of my voice. Thank you. Please come in. We need to Sean. Oh, goodness. Please, could you come in? We need to start the next, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. The restrooms are, that's, yeah.
Good job, Dean.
Where? Thank you, Madam Gabriela Ramos. I'm looking out for you. Thank you. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for keeping time. Thank you very much. Thank you. The boys' choir, I think we will hold on briefly because we have to start off now, and then we will have a performance slightly later. Thank you, the Kenya Boys Choir. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I know you are looking at your watch. It is afternoon somewhere on the planet, I know. Thank you very much for coming in. I am sorry we are rushing you. Time is not on our side. We started slightly late, but we will do the magic and try and catch up. This second session, moderated by Ms. Gabriela Ramos, will take off shortly. Before that, Ambassador Thigo, there are several requests for your presentation, no holds barred kind of request. Like, can we have it now? Can I reprint it? Does it have all the, yes, Ambassador Thigo, that presentation triggered quite a number of us into action, and that's a good problem. That's a good problem. Thank you. As we are waiting for Ms. Gabriela Ramos, may I welcome the panel on this session on ethical AI governance, policies and institutions to deliver on inclusive development in Africa. As we are waiting for Madam Ramos, may I call on Dr. Suraj Judo, the Executive Director of Mauritius Digital Promotion Agency and Chairman, Mauritius Emerging Technology Strategy. Dr. Suraj Judo, please take your seat at the front. Thank you very much. May I welcome Ms. Mary Kerema, the Secretary for ICT and E-Government, Ministry of ICT and Digital Economy, Kenya. Please welcome Madam Mary Kerema. Thank you. Dr. Taye Girma. Dr. Taye Girma, the Deputy General Director, Research and Development Cluster, Ethiopian Artificial Intelligence Institute. Welcome, Dr. Taye Girma. May I also welcome Miss Diana Nyakundi. Miss Diana Nyakundi, the Research Fellow, Research ICT Africa, Lead National Expert for the Readiness Assessment Methodology for Kenya. Welcome, Miss Diana. Thank you very much. May I welcome also Mr. Essa Mohamed Ali. Mr. Essa Mohamed Ali, co-founder and community manager, Tanzania AI Community. Welcome, Mr. Essa. May I welcome Dr. Rachel Adams, Executive Director, African Observatory for Responsible AI. And I believe Dr. Rachel Adams is joining us online. Tech team, please confirm. Dr. Rachel Adams is joining us online. Thank you, dear delegates. With sincere apologies for the session coming in next, we are going to switch this session to the next one because the key moderator for this session is actually taking a very critical interview as we speak. So with your permission and with your respect, please, I beg to just apologize for that, and we will come in after the next. Thank you so much. Thank you. And so therefore, may I call in the session on AI policies and strategies, perspectives from Eastern Africa. Therefore, may I call in the moderator, Ms. Misako Ito. Misako Ito, are you here? Yes, please come forward. Thank you very much for understanding. Sometimes we have to keep just shifting, changing, adjusting. Thank you. Ms. Misako, please come forward. Thank you very much. And with Ms. Misako in the panel is Ms. Frida Inchoga, Tony Blair Institute. Ms. Frida, are you here? Ms. Frida? Thank you. Thank you very much. Could we have also Mr. Abdul Rashid Idris, advisor to the Ministry of Communications, Post and Telecommunications of Djibouti. Please have a seat, please. Thank you. Bear with us, delegates. Please just give us a minute as we discuss the sessions. May I call upon again the Kenya Boys Choir delegates, please bear with us. I'm sorry, I am so sorry again. Please bear with us. We are getting a shift with the panelists and the speakers, so we are trying to manage that. I beg for your indulgence in this. Please bear with us as we try to just shift the time. And I also know I am standing with you because you made time and came on time when I rushed you to come after tea. So yes, tea is on me again. Please bear with us as we try to work it out. The Kenya Boys Choir, please come forward. James, are you here? James, are you here? Thank you very much, Huawei, for your very powerful video that we need to see as we wait on AI Hackathon. While we are fixing it, Boys Choir, Kenya Boys Choir, thank you for always understanding that you are with us in entertaining, and you're doing great. You're doing great. A big clap to the Kenya Boys Choir. Thank you very much. James, please be on standby with the AI Hackathon. Thank you very much. Please go ahead. Kapkimoni longisa ilela ilela. A big clap for the Kenya Boys Choir. Thank you very much. Thank you, the Kenya Boys Choir. Thank you. Thank you, and I know you will be back again. Wonderful voices. Did you hear the sopranos and the altos? Thank you very much. Now I would love to welcome Madam Ramos for this session that we have been waiting for. Please welcome to the front, Madam Ramos. And may I also now call upon the panelists. May I call upon again, with sincere apologies once again, Dr. Suraj Judo, Ms. Mary Kerema, Dr. Taye Girma, Ms. Diana Nyakundi, Mr. Essa Mohamed Ali, and Dr. Rachel Adams, who I'm told is joining us virtually. IT, please confirm. Do we have Dr. Rachel Adams virtually? Yes, we do have Dr. Rachel Adams virtually. Thank you for joining, Dr. Adams. And thank you to all the delegates participating virtually as well. IT, could we have more of the roving mics at the front, please? Could we have more of the roving mics at the front, IT? Thank you very much. Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Gabriela Ramos. You have
Yes. Okay. So, if you give me the... You can hear me.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yes. Thank you so much. It's great to have you all here, and we will be getting into this conversation on the question of ethical AI governance policies and institutions to deliver on inclusive development in Africa. I was sharing with the ambassador that we just got this off the press. Thank you, Alex. The Kenyan Readiness Assessment methodology that we're going to deliver to the government, and then to start the conversation on how do we take these recommendations forward. And I have here the ones that have been working on the readiness assessments. We are going to have a conversation of about 1 hour because we are very tight on the timeline. But we are pleased to have some of the experts that have been helping us to produce the readiness assessment methodologies, because as I said, the recommendation on the ethics of AI of UNESCO was approved by 193 countries 2021, but now we have 50 countries that are going to use the readiness assessment to produce their own outcomes. But the good thing is that because this is a standardized methodology that is not only covering the infrastructure, the skills, the enabling environment as we know it, but it's also thinking what kind of technological future we want according to your culture, according to your societal views, according to your needs. And therefore, this is what we have in the readiness assessment, and I feel it's great because it really takes us out from a technological conversation to a societal one. And then the way you develop the readiness assessment is also by engaging different sectors, by hearing different voices, and for this not to be really a conversation for the most prepared ones. We have Diana Nyakundi, I hope I pronounced that well, my dear, from Research ICT Africa and lead national expert for the RAM of Kenya. Great to have you, Diana. We have Suraj Judo, Chairman of the Mauritius Emerging Technology Strategy, Executive Director of Mauritius Digital Promotion, and the Suraj, the lead voice also in the readiness assessment methodology of Mauritius. So great to have you here. You know Mary Kerema. She has really put the conversation in the right format in terms of her opening remarks. She's Secretary of ICT and E-Government, Ministry of ICT and Digital Economy. And then we have Taye Girma Devele, who is the Deputy General Director, Research and Development Cluster, Ethiopian Artificial Intelligence National Institute. And this is also related to the development of this. So let me start by Diana and Suresh. Could you share with the public what are the findings that emerged from the readiness assessment methodologies that you led? What follow action would you recommend we do? And then how do we use these ramps? Because these are just our contribution for the governments to have more elements in their own definitions. Because at the end, these are the Kenyans that are going to decide what they want to do. These are the Mauritius, that are the Ethiopians who want to decide. So could we start with that, please? Diana, you start and then we go to Sergio. Yes.
Okay, thanks, Gabriela. So I was a lead country expert in the readiness assessment methodology for Kenya. The process involved conducting a survey. So UNESCO did provide a questionnaire in the survey that had a bunch of questions looking at different dimensions: legal, scientific, cultural, educational, and technological stroke infrastructural. So we went through a process of answering the questions on the survey. Then we went through a process of consultation with the national stakeholders. So a number of them are here, just to get the perspectives on, first of all, what's happening on the ground and what else can be added. So we did that and then went into the report writing. So one key takeaway from that entire process was the recommendation. The survey itself was obviously very, very wide and covered a wide scope, but we decided to add onto what else was happening on the ground that had not been covered by the survey. So some of the findings was on a legal perspectives. I think there's been conversations from Ambassador Tigo on what's on the legal and the fragmentation aspects of the legal and regulatory framework, which did come out from the survey. We do have a number of existing policies: National ICT Policy, Digital Economy Blueprint, the AI Task Force report, and a number of those. But like I said, they're very, one, fragmented. Two, they obviously do not speak to AI, and they did not envision into AI. However, they do provide a very foundational and supportive ground for the development of ethical AI. So a key recommendation that did come out was, one, look into how we can address this fragmentation, how we can look into these existing policies and try and consolidate them and see if they then can be amended to address ethical and inclusive AI. So those are just some of the findings on a legal perspectives. On the social and cultural aspect, there's a lot of AI activities happening on the ground. So AI in health, a lot of chatbots, a lot of SMS prompt activities that are coming in to, detect and alert patients on diseases. There's a lot of AI in education, personalized learning for students and enabling teaching for teachers. But then, that's on the private sector. But looking into the public sector, the conversation is still happening on the ICT front. So it has not kind of continued to the specialized AI technology. So we're seeing a lot of difference between where the private sector is and where the public sector is. That can both be a good thing and a bad thing, because we can leverage on what has the successes and failures of integration of ICT into different sectors: education, agriculture, health, and then kind of use those findings to support what the private sector is doing. So those are just some of the initial findings.
Thank you so much, Diana. And let me tell you something else, because probably it goes unnoticed. But what we did at UNESCO too is that when we went to, because the readiness assessment methodologies are being overseen by my sector, the social and human science sector, but when we went to the countries, what we did was to identify an expert that knew the country. That's super important. We don't want to be like many of my sister institutions that just come with their experts to tell people what to do. And what happened is that now we have an amazing network of worldwide experts that are not only from the global north, from every corner in the world. So this is great. And I actually also want to recognize, as I said at the beginning, our Eastern African regional office, which is great. Here we have Alexandro, and I'm gonna read your last name because it's always a challenge, Makarikakis. Thank you. And I also want to recognize Ugandu Ngata, who's there. Why don't you stand up, Ug? And Alexander, because they really, with the teams, it was quite a stretch to get it done now. Thank you so much. Suresh, could you please take over on the Mauritius RAM?
Yes, thank you, ADG. I must commend UNESCO for developing this methodology, which is extremely broad and covers, like you just rightly said, not only the technological aspect impacted by AI, but also societal aspects, okay? And using this methodology helped Mauritius in terms of, let's say, reassessing its AI status, I would say, okay? Now, after, almost the same kind of process was carried in Mauritius, as mentioned by Diana. So there was like a committee involving, public sector, private sector, academia, and so on, giving their point of views upon the data collection. And out of this, we came up with 8 key recommendations, okay? So the first one was really to actually understand what is the AI landscape in the country, okay? Who are local actors? From where are we buying AI technology? How is it being used? People were talking about there's a lack of proper use cases, okay? Especially from the private sector. They're saying, no, yes, people are talking about AI, but we don't really know how to use AI. So it triggered, this committee to say, we need to really understand how AI is being used in the country, but also we need to understand how AI is being used globally, because Mauritius, the world is a global community, so we need to interact with others. So how could external AI development impact upon Mauritius? This was the first thing. Secondly, Mauritius was one of the first African countries to create a national AI strategy in 2018. So when we were reassessing this strategy, we quickly found out that the strategy itself needed some kind of update. Okay, so since 2018, and as rightly said by the previous speakers, technology has progressed so fast that we saw that maybe we will need to actually relook at certain points in the strategy. And this has triggered some work which has already started, where we are planning to come up with some kind of national AI policies. We are targeting around November, and it is really the METC, the Mauritius Emerging Technology Council, which is driving this initiative right now. Thirdly, at the strategic level, especially in the private sector, we saw that leaders, in the private but also in the public sector, they don't really understand what AI might do, how they can benefit their organizations. Very often people think that AI is only for the private sector, it's not really used for the public sector, but we saw that it could be very determining for the public sector, okay? So we need to equip those people at the leadership level, okay, about different things, the technology, the ethical aspect, definitely. So we know that there is some kind of educational work to do at this level. Fourthly, because AI is going to affect almost all industries, so we need to have some cross-ministerial collaboration, how to put this into place, okay? So we need to start to work with not only the Ministry of ITCI, but also, and I was just talking with Mary here, for example, with the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Culture. So, from the RAM methodology, we found out that, yes, there is an impact upon culture, okay, with this methodology. So we started to talk about it. And then another key takeout was really about, trying to control the AI hype. Okay, so AI is still very much in most segments some kind of hype word. Okay, people think that AI would solve all kinds of problems and so on. So we want to, let's say, make AI real in the country. Okay. Fifth, one of the pitfalls that was found was that, yes, Mauritius has a strategy, but in terms of research, it could have been better. Okay, so one of the recommendations is really to put into place actions, funding, skill sets, and so on, to boost AI research. And this would be very important because, as again rightly said, right now AI is being really some kind of, two-country dominated kind of development. So how do, African countries or small island states try to develop their own AI needs? Okay, if all the skill sets are going to be grabbed by those two superpowers, how do we do that? For us, the answer is quite simple. We need to be able to research and develop our own, AI skills. Okay, and then we also acknowledge that in order to get started, we need to try to get some kind of collaboration with existing big tech. Okay, maybe in terms of getting transfer of technology, but really making sure that we are going to be technology neutral. Okay. Last two, education, and this is where the Ministry of Education is very important. We recently, during the budget measure for the country, there has been the talk about creating an AI for all initiative. Okay, so it's really about trying to educate, the population about basic things about AI. What is AI? What are the dangers of AI? For example, we're talking about deepfake and so on. So lots would be done in terms of grassroots education. And finally, data. Data is very important. So how representative are the data? How trusting would be the data which exists in the country? So we want to look at this in terms of trying to maybe improve our open data policy. So these are the 8 main outcomes from the RAM for Mauritius.
Thank you so much. I think this is really a very good blueprint to even structure the thinking of how do we move into a world where AI serve our purposes and not the other way around. I want to recognize, I mentioned this morning that we have 22 African countries that are doing the RAMs, 5 countries here present, Mauritius as you here delivering the message, Rwanda and Kenya, which is completed, Ethiopia and Tanzania launching their process also, Eric Bolivi from our Gabon office delivering there in Gabon. So all this knowledge is going to come together because it's not about only how do we make ourselves attractive to get AI in their own terms. It's about setting the terms that we want to have for AI to come to your countries and to do it really addressing the problems that you have there. You mentioned the public service. This is something that, for example, public procurement officers that need to go and buy platforms to manage education or health systems. I mean, this is so important. And UNESCO is also known because we have a program, our communication and information sector has a program on training public officials for them to understand where AI is. Or in training judicial sectors that are also using AI, because you can use it and then create massive disruptions or problems, or you can use them to really deliver for people. The public service is so important. And this brings me to our dear Mari Kerema and Tai Girma Dehele, because you come here as government officials, that are looking into these areas. And I want to hear from you, how do you see the shaping, Mari, you can start. How do you see the shaping of these discussions on the governance, ethical governance? What kind of frameworks, what kind of institutions? When we were launching the recommendation of the ethics of AI, people were saying, that's not the conversation. Regulation will kill innovation, so go home. We just want the technology to come and thrive. With generative AI, there's no way out but to have the best institutional and legal frameworks, and Kenya has some very good legal frameworks. So I would like to hear from you first, what kind of conversation for this regulation in Africa, and what lessons can be extracted from there.
Thank you. Thank you, Gabriela. I think Kenya, as you've rightfully said, emerging technologies and AI is here to stay. And I always say, change is here. We can only change, or else if we don't change, then change will change us. So therefore, AI, emerging technologies, is here, but we need to ensure that there is a proper usage of technology. Technology has come to transform our lives, transform the way we do things. So therefore, technology has to be guided so that it gives us the real benefits, not destruction. So therefore, the government of Kenya is alive to this, and we've made some strides in ensuring that we lay down the foundation of adopting AI in Kenya. And therefore, in the areas of AI policy frameworks, we've already embarked on forming a task force. And there was an earlier task force that was formed in 2018, which was a blockchain and AI, which clearly established or explored the potential of AI and blockchain technologies. And this task force made recommendations to lay the foundation for the national AI policy, which we've already embarked on, which really emphasizes on ethical AI development, issues to do with data protection and inclusive growth. So therefore, Kenya this year has embarked on coming up with the AI policy and also the emerging technology and AI strategy. We looked at this and said, do we only come up with an AI strategy? AI is just a baby or a component of emerging technologies. So would Africa sit and wait until robotics becomes the in thing, and then we start saying, can we come up with policy and strategy? So we are trying to ensure that we can come up with guidelines, standards around emerging technologies, and of course, because the in thing now is AI, and measuring on AI, but not leaving out the emerging technologies. And Kenya also, in the digital economy blueprint that was launched in 2019, it included the role of AI in driving innovation and development. And it highlights the sectors that will be impacted by AI, given agriculture, healthcare, education, financial services, and other areas of the economic transformation. In the same spirit, we've also established dedicated institutions in Kenya to specifically handle the issues of emerging technologies and AI. We have a National AI Council that is still being beefed up, and it composes of civil societies, the academia, the government, the industry, and of course, the private sector. And this is the council that will really have a deep dive on issues to do with AI, from adoption to ensuring ethical use, to ensuring privacy, to ensuring security, and all that. Then we have the AI and Data Protection Office, that was established in 2020, the Data Protection Commissioner, which has really strengthened the issue of data privacy and security. And these are the key foundation of the ethical AI development. So the office ensures compliance with the data protection, providing a framework for responsible data usage. Because AI, the content of AI is data. And therefore, we need to ensure that this data is being used ethically. Kenya also has embarked, and we are almost launching, the Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology. And this is in Konza. Please visit there so that you can see what Kenya is doing. And we have modeled the South Korean institution, which focuses on advanced research in science and technology, including AI. For you to really embrace emerging technologies, the foundation is research. You have to do research so that it can guide the domestication. And Gabriela, you've put it right, that we cannot just pick and borrow what others have done. Can we domesticate it to the African, to the East African environment, so that we don't go wrong in taking up and embracing the artificial intelligence. And lastly, we are in the forefront of promoting transparency and accountability. Where we've put AI impact assessments, we want to ensure that we can monitor, we can ensure public reporting and oversight as we use the AI. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. I think that the key word of what Kenya is doing is anticipating. Anticipating. It's not only about the AI now, as you say, it's all the emerging technologies, because at the end, all these technologies are converging. We are now at UNESCO talking about neurotechnology. Member states ask us to develop a recommendation on the ethics of neurotechnology, and we produce a landscape. And we thought that neurotechnology probably was being developed massively in the medical field. And then I asked some of my experts, why don't you go and see which sectors are really being touched? The digital. Digital, because neuroinformation and all this computer-human interaction, the Internet of Things, data in itself. All the things that you mentioned, Mary, I think are these emerging technologies, and we really need to be anticipating and not only catching all the time. So great to have you. I am told that Dr. Taye Girma is not connected, so I will give the floor then to our dear friend that is here with us, and that I'm sorry I did not introduce you because I was in between the screen and not screen. Esa Mohamed Ali, who is the co-founder and community manager of Tanzania AI community. So I'm very glad that we have Mauritius, we have Tanzania, we have Kenya, and therefore we feel very well covered, and you have been pushing to have a very inclusive dialogue, bringing communities together from different walks of life to look into the AI developments, as Mary said, to define what kind of relationship we want to establish with these technologies. So we see a trend, and this is another area. We come with old friends. Old friends, like how much you invest in R&D is an old friend. The old friend of how much you invest in maths, how much you invest in women, how much you invest in infrastructure. And then we come with new friends, because even the most advanced economies of the world are creating national AI institutes to produce, as you mentioned, more research. And I'm very, very happy that Kenya is, and many of the countries here represented, are investing. Scientific uptake is taking up in Kenya, and is taking up in many other countries, scientific papers, because as you said, the framing should be different, but also building the capacities of people to think about these issues. But we know AI Safety Institutes being established in the European Union, the agency in the US, in Japan, in Canada, and therefore what we are really focusing on is how UNESCO, how do we support the countries that are doing RAMs to also have these capacities, their capacities in their own terms, as I said, because whatever comes out from this forum is African AI developments in African terms. So could you tell us how you feel that we can support this quest of members to develop their national AI strategies based on the work that we're doing with UNESCO's recommendation?
Sure. So this is all happening at a very timely moment because Tanzania is at a position where they're now taking all of this very seriously. We are currently in the development of the national AI strategy and guidelines, and the draft was prepared at a speed which I was personally surprised at, but was a very positive indication for a lot of this. And with the onset of the RAM that's going to be coming soon, we're very excited because a lot of the questions and fundamentals that the RAM is going to cover, we've already been looking at. We've already started those surveys to kind of understand where our landscape is. Because for context, the AI community is a community of practice that brings everyone together, be it research institutes, be it private sector, startups that are leveraging the technology in the space, to even international partners such as IRCAI, the International Research Center for AI that's under the auspices of UNESCO. And we're looking at how to really bring these together at both the national stage as well as the global stage. What you just mentioned about the interaction between human and computers, we recently took a few representatives from Eastern Africa and Northern Africa to Sweden for a conference on hybrid human AI, where they were doing research on what is the interaction that is present between these automated systems and the people, and what are mechanisms that are in place for trust? Do people trust these systems? Why would they interact with them? How would they interact with them? And this is the type of research that, if you come to a lot of African states, isn't being considered. All our research is in 3 sectors: education, agriculture, or health. It's always, how do we apply AI in health? How do we apply AI in education, in agriculture? It's always the application side of things. But the unfortunate reality is, as much as we're looking at this as an opportunity to leapfrog, a lot of these emerging technologies are built on the foundation of data. And a lot of African states do not have that foundation yet. So we have to go through the process of rapid digitization, hopefully building enterprise-level systems, which in reality, that's a very difficult thing to do when we don't have the digital foundation. And then we can apply these technologies on top. But the idea of domesticization of the technology, being able to look at how do we build AI models in environments that are low data, where we don't have the compute. Our Data Privacy Protection Acts are trying to ensure that the personal data of the citizens or any sensitive data is maintained within our borders, our control. But then do we have the compute available to process it? We could build some great solutions, but we don't have the compute nationally. But our privacy protection doesn't allow us to export it. So what is that balance that we can bring into place? And Tanzania is making a number of strides, recently revising the ICT policy that exists, the National AI Strategy. In parallel to that, the Ministry of Health developed an AI policy framework for implementing it directly in the health sector. The Ministry of Education, Science and Technology is working on guidelines for the implementation in education. And while all of this is happening, the community is doing what the community does best: build. We don't know what the policy people are saying. We are putting our heads down and we are building solutions. Whether it's going to help community health workers, going to help teachers, building their own startups in the space, they're building. And how can we position ourselves to bring these people together so that there's a unified conversation that's going on, leveraging on existing tools? The first thing we do anytime we're approached by any of these bodies to look at how can we support, we're like, okay, there is a wealth of knowledge that has been created. Kenya, Mauritius, Ethiopia, Rwanda, UNESCO, there's a wealth of information. Before we sit down and build something from scratch, let's look at this and be inspired. We don't have to copy and paste, but we can take this as an opportunity to be inspired by the work that others have done and really absorb what is necessary. When the ethical guidelines come out, there's a strong emphasis on, when the national guidelines come out, there's a strong emphasis on the ethics of the technology. It's to some extent taking inspiration from the EU's AI Act as well, looking at the application of the technology and the risks that come out of that. And that's how we're really leveraging a lot of these tools and informations, and why we're very excited for the RAM to begin in Tanzania and how we can support that.
This is music to our ears. Because what happens is that as an institution, we of course serve our members. We prepared, you asked us to develop the recommendation, we did with 24 experts. We proposed a text that members negotiated. In the text you said, that's fine, but we need a diagnostic tool, we included, and then we deliver with the support of these fantastic brains. But then when we hear countries and people saying, my RAM says, let me tell you, my RAM is just fantastic. Because this is ownership. It's ownership. It's not about UNESCO. It's not about SHS. It's about you. It's about the countries that might help, that might see that this is helpful. And for that, I also want to make a commercial, because on Thursday and Friday, we are going to have, and many of you will be there, a policy dialogue that is going to bring all of the experts that are doing these RAMs together, because we need to learn together. And our quest in UNESCO is also to say there are best practices in Africa, there are best practices in Asia, there are best practices in Latin America. Let's learn from them. Let's not think that everything needs to come from the top or from the global north. There are many, many issues in which Africa excels. And I feel that this is something that we are going to put in front. So if you want to connect to UNESCO next Thursday and Friday, that will be good. We'll be looking at issues like synthetic data, the terms of conditions that are changing on the question of having or not data, because open source might change this conversation, although I still believe we need data. I completely agree with you. And I'm sorry, because we are not going to have Rachel Adams neither connected. I don't know what happened, but she has been also a full force helping us to develop these issues. And I really like the way the conversation is going, because very knowledgeable messages. I would like to open the conversation for the public. If you want to make some questions, we have 10 more minutes. And then at the end, I would like to actually ask you start thinking, because my final question for you would be to say what kind of message Eastern Africa will tell the digital compact that is being negotiated in New York. What will be the message from Africa, as we said, the kind of issues that you want to be reflected in these global conversations coming from Africa. So if anybody wants to raise your hand, then...
We have time for at least 2, because we have the next session coming. There's a gentleman at the end. Just press your microphone. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the conversation here. Really useful. My name is George from the Future Society, which is corporate about UNESCO.
It's not good sound. Can we give him a mic? Maybe with mic is
Could
better?
we get him a roving mic, please?
Okay. If that makes sense. Thank you. My name is George God from the Future Society. I have had a lot of conversations around air ethics and policy, and we tend to focus a lot on air ethics. Yet the global north also focuses on the air safety. And there's a lot of disconnect between these two functions, right? And we do not know where Africa falls, because we do not contribute to air safety. The air safety falls like at the fundamental stage of ensuring that air benefits underprivileged groups such as like Africans, for instance. So the question goes to the interns, the World Panel, anyone can take this up. What is our position on developing the air safety institutes? Because this is like what's happening in the world. We are seeing many countries like developing national operations air safety institutes. So what's our position there? Like what's the connection for Africa between air safety and air ethics?
Okay, thank you so much. I think there is another question. I will take it there, and this one, and then we're done. We go for 3 questions. There, next. You. Introduce yourself, please.
Morning. My name is Peter. I'm here with the Kenya Space Agency. Mine is to address on 3 key issues. AI and AI
saying that we might be having left behind. I don't think so. This one, with data can be abstract or it can be modeled. So with maybe the country which are much ahead in the use of data in modeling or making decisions, those data that they have used or the information they have derived from the data that they have, can it be used to model our scenario in the local context? On the third issue.
Please, may
Okay,
we allow
that's it.
somebody else to ask, please? Those are already
That's
two.
a very good question, so we will take it on the issue of what data, what conceptual frameworks, what parameters, because that's really exemplifies why many of these solutions do not represent the Global South. And there was one more question. Be short, please, so we can give it back.
Thank you very much. My name is Navin So from UNESCO. Just building on what my predecessor said is the challenge or impediment regarding data for Africa to be fully embarked in this other revolution. My question is this. Even if you take different sectors like agriculture, health, as you mentioned, or education, you will see that those sectors lack data. So sector data is already important for planning, decision making, resource allocation in different sectors. Not to talk about the national level. So from your experience looking at Latin America, Southeast Asia, are trade models where countries have succeeded to have, the national structure that is in charge of collecting and disseminating data regarding all sectors, development, because we need to have a holistic approach. I know for many countries, for example, it's UNAID, you have UNFO that can provide data, but still, which are not able, not complete. So for me, that's the foundation. Because as long as we don't have that, we cannot embark in that new other revolution.
But
So you have good examples, or even in Africa, countries, somebody was mentioning Morocco, but still,
Okay.
are the stories, the compelling stories that people need to hear from this gathering to take place. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. So I will say that we have this question on safety and ethics. We have the question of the conceptual framework, not the parameters, and we have this last question regarding the accessibility of data or not. Interesting, because I was talking yesterday with the director and he was mentioning that there is a lot of data, but the frameworks are not there to be leveraged. And therefore, we go as we did with Diana, and then Suresh, then we go with our dear Mary, and then we finish with us. Very fast. You pick up the one you want, but be fast.
Okay, I'll answer the question on safety and ethics. I think as we're talking about ethics and ethical AI principles, I think we need to think about these principles again. As we think about AI technologies in our context, we need to think about the principles in our context as well. And we think about these principles as a sort of a checklist, a transparency, accountability, safety. But how is it that we intend to measure these principles in our context? So how will we look at safety? How will we look at transparency? It won't feature the exact same way that it features from the global north. So we need to, as we lay out these ethical principles, we need to lay them out in our context and figure out how we're going to measure and implement them in our context. So that brings me to my message to the GDC. One, on inclusivity. I think when we talk about inclusivity, it's not just about thinking about the design of these technologies and access. It also really does mean understanding of history, understanding of geography, and understanding of culture. So are we really understanding the African context as it is? Are we understanding all these factors that come into play? Are we designing according to this context? Are we implementing? Are we ensuring access? And access then means, do we have varied platforms of dissemination? Are we just thinking about, you know, applications that the common person cannot access, or are we thinking about how we bring it closer to the person, you know, SMS prompts or such like platforms? And then lastly, the final message is, you know, I think the shift needs to happen in our minds, because we think when we talk about this AI technologies, we really are thinking about ourselves from the receiver, but we really need to think about what is it that we bring to the table. I mean, surely we do have the skills, we do have the brains, we do have a number of resources that we can bring to the table, and we can have a fair negotiation with the global north about our impact into these technologies.
Wonderful message, and thanks for linking the two things, because that's exactly what I was going to ask. And this message of sense of agency. It's not that the technologies fell from the sky and then we need to find out how do we, it's agency, we decide how do we want to use them. We decide how they are going to help us or not. I love that message. Suresh, please.
Yes, so I would briefly maybe try to answer the third question about, and this is a question which I've been hearing since quite some time. You know, people say, because we don't have data, why do we need to go towards AI solutions? So I would maybe put my technical hat a bit right now. Okay, I don't think that lack of data should be the main reason why not to go forward with AI solutions, because in almost all kinds of use cases, you don't get either the right amount of data or the right type of data or the right quality of data. You will always get issues with getting the data that you want at an optimal level. So the answer to this is to start small, you know, to start at some kind of level where you can do some kind of pilot project and then scale up, because AI compared to other, let's say, applications is different. AI is a technology which is always trying to be optimized. You never get a perfect AI solution. So don't try to get all your data perfect before starting to try to get AI solutions. Start small, build it well, build it ethically, but don't use lack of data as some kind of excuse of not going forward with the technologies.
That's a very good point. Mari, your thoughts?
Yes, thank you so much for the questions. I think the questions are very important, and many times when we are embracing new technologies, we tend to always listen only on the positive side. But these questions come in and they are very important because they help us to sit back and rethink. So the issues of ethics, safety, I think as government of Kenya, we've put the citizenry at the middle of everything. Because again, as we embrace AI, let's not leave the owner outside everything that we are doing. Because at the end of the day, we want to empower this person in terms of usage and in terms of feeling that they are in charge of the data that is being circulated or that is being used. And I think in our Data Protection Commission, we are changing our strategy that we don't want to look like we are policing the usage. We want to open the usage, but empower the owner so that you are able to say yes or no. And then I also want to speak on the issue of the data. My colleague here has talked about, yes, we want to use AI, and yet AI is built on data, and some of us, we don't have that data. And for data to be used by AI, it has to be digital data, not manual data. So for Kenya, I think we've made very good strides in making sure there's availability of data digitally by first automating the government services. We are now at 17,000 services that have been automated. We've collected a lot of data, there's a lot of influx, but we're saying, how can we use this data to add value to the economic development? And we also have an initiative of open data, which we want to move a notch higher, so that this data can be there to be used to the benefit of the citizenry and also aspire or improve the economic position of Kenya. Thank you. And my parting shot, I think I want to say that technology has come. It is supposed to benefit us. Let's join together as Africans, and also as we go to the globe, the global north, understand us and give us solutions that fit us. And above all, listen to us so that you can give us solutions that fit us. Thank you.
Very, very strong message and well taken. Asa, please.
Sure. So very quickly with the ethics and safety framework, at the end of the day, we recognize that Africa and Africans have our own values. We have our own ethos. There are these ethical frameworks that have been recommended. We need to see what aligns with our ethos, our existing values, and find where that meeting point is, if any. Because at the end of the day, it will be driven by our values that we have in each country, as well as the nation. So whether it's a safety institution is a necessity or not, it may not be under that name. It could exist in a different form as long as it reflects the values and ethos that we have in place. I think the conceptual framework one is a bit of a longer discussion to have, so maybe we can have that discussion separately. But in general, it's identifying what parts are breaking points, that what features may be a breaking point that do not allow us to continue, versus something that would reduce our ability to implement, but the value we would get out of it could still give us the necessary insights to continue drive the solutions and the opportunity. And very quickly with the data one, an interesting story from Tanzania. There was a solution that people wanted to build to support differential diagnostics, so supporting community health workers in diagnosing diseases. The usual approach is use a machine learning framework where they can put in existing diagnostic information from doctors and patients, build a model, run it, see what happens. A lot of that data isn't digitized. A lot of it, if you try and read doctors' handwritings, isn't a fun process. So instead, they were like, okay, we don't have the exact data we need. Can we create our own data set? So what they did was they hired doctors as consultants and was like, we're going to sit you down and run through an entire process as if you're diagnosing a lot of patients. And they built their own data set. The system that they ended up using might not be some of these fancy machine learning, deep learning models, whatever, but they built a simple system that could solve the problem they were hoping to solve. So in these areas where we might be lacking data, what are interesting approaches we can take about? Synthetic data is a big approach that's being explored recently, but how can we leverage our existing experts in the ecosystem? We have agronomists, we have people who've been in the education system for years, who have a wealth of knowledge. How can we bring them in and build with them? Keep it user-centric, keep human in the loop. And as a final takeaway, a lot of our AI development in Africa is looking at application. We are taking models that have been built and we are trying to mold them into our own situations and applications. But rarely do we see work happening in foundational AI development. Models that are built based on the African context from the ground up, that foundational research, such that you find up until recently, the global conference for AI research and development, the NeurIPS, did not have African representation at all, up until very recently where a Tunisian company submitted a paper. So the takeaway is it might not show dividends today or returns today, but we need to invest in foundational research that will really allow us to take that leapfrog, that will allow us to build models that are very contextualized and will show dividends in the next 5 to 10 years that come.
Thank you so much. We don't have more time because we need to bring the other panel.
Yes,
but this has been an amazing conversation. I think that it's very clear that it's not about just taking the technologies as they are. It's about decomposing the elements to make sure that they represent well the African spirit, the African mind. On the question, it was just amazing what I'm hearing here because it's just so clear in the sense that we are not just trying to accommodate Africa to the technological developments as it is. You want to shape the technological development to represent Africa better. And I think this is amazing because this is a very strong message from the Global Digital Compact. And I recommend actually the public to get into. Harvard just produced a paper that was so telling. These technologies are thinking technologies, built to think. We prompt them, we put them a question, then we develop the conceptual framework, we do the data, and if not data, we do the generative AI. But whose thoughts is it fit from? What way of thinking? How do we define human? How do we define the outcomes? Don't take it for granted. Do we get the Ubuntu there? Do we get this understanding that I am because you are, and you are because the nature is there that is so African? Or do we have a more individualistic representation of humans, which is valid, but is very belonging to another culture? This is the kind of reflections, and more than anything, I take also something that I heard from the Global Forum on the Ethics of AI in Slovenia. The countries that participating there, 67 countries, majority from the Global South, saying we want to develop our own technologies. That's a litmus state. Good for application, good for taking advantage, but we need to develop our own solutions. Thank you so much. It has been so enlightened to me. And I guess also for the public, and we take your messages because we continue this conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Another round of applause to the panel. Thank you very much, and for managing it within the time. And may I now welcome the second panel, moderated by Ms. Misako Ito. Please come forward. Thank you, Ms. Misako. Thank you very much. And the panelists, may I call you forward? Ms. Frida Inchoga, Mr. Abdul Rashid Idris, Mr. John Walubengo, Dr. Melissa Omino, and Dr. Harry Ponusomi. Thank you very much. Delegates, we know that we are running behind time a little bit, but we have slightly moved the agenda to push our lunch break to slightly further, very slightly, painlessly, after this panel. Thank you for your understanding. Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Misako. Take it away.
Okay, thank you very much. And so without further delay, we are going to proceed to the session 2, which is on the policies and strategies on AI from Eastern Africa. And in this session, we are trying to define what is the narrative that we can feed from Eastern Africa to this global conversation on the policies of AI. And we will be also looking at some of the terminologies, the difference between policy and strategies, and how those two concepts, are interlinked. And also, we will be trying to respond to the question, what would be a good AI policy? What's a good AI policy look like for Africa? So I have here 5 eminent experts who joined the session. Just for the sake of time, let me introduce you, and then we move to the discussion. So we have Mr. John Walubengo. Yeah, he's the founding dean and lecturers of the Faculty of Computing and Information Technology from Multimedia University of Kenya. He's a member of ICT National Working Group, but also former member of National Task Force on Blockchain and AI and Data Protections. We have also Dr. Melissa Omino. She's an expert on intellectual property, director of Center for Intellectual Property and Information Technology Law from Statmore University. Welcome, Dr. Melissa Omino. We have also Monsieur Abou Rachid Idriss, qui est conseiller auprès du ministre de la Communication en charge des postes et télécommunications de la République de Djibouti, et également membre du groupe de travail de l'Union africaine sur l'intelligence artificielle. Voilà. Et and then we have Miss Frida Inchoga from Tony Blair. She's an advisor on tech for development at Tony Blair Institute, which is embedded at the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy in Kenya. And last but not least, we have Dr. Harry Ponusami, who is the team leader and tech business analyst from Mauritius Emerging Technology Council. So thank you very much for joining this session and replying to our call. So as I mentioned, in this session, we are trying to look at what is the ecosystem of AI policy or AI strategies in Eastern Africa. And we will be also trying to respond to the questions about any specific narrative, contextual specific uniqueness of the Eastern Africa that we should take into consideration into the global conversation on AI policy. So, as you know, we have in the country covered by, our regional office in Eastern Africa, we have Rwanda that has a policy. We have, some speakers before mentioned, Kenya, Ethiopia, and Tanzania are ongoing in terms of policy development. Mauritius has a strategy from 2018, and also last week, AU has endorsed the African continental strategy. So there is a momentum to work in these areas. And perhaps I would like to start asking the question to John about, your experience, based on your experience in working in several national policy working groups. Could you please tell us about, what has been the priorities for Kenya in defining the AI policy and the use of AI?
Okay, thank you, Aito, and for the invite. I think the first thing I would say, and this is based on my previous experience on the Data Protection Task Force that put together the Data Protection Act. Obviously, we benchmarked a lot with the European Union GDPR, and within that particular regulation, including ours, we do have a clause on AI. Of course, the lawyers called it automated decisions, but strictly speaking, when you think about it, the Data Protection Act of 2018 in Kenya already started conversations around AI, even though from a personal data perspective. And essentially, that clause says that if you're an enterprise that is using, for example, AI to make decisions that have, legal significant impact to the citizens, then it's an obligation on your part to ensure that you provide mechanisms for appeal, where the citizen can appeal AI decisions that they feel has either offended their rights in one way or the other. Then I want to fast forward to the other sort of task force that I'm involved in, which is looking at revising all the ICT sector laws, including the Data Protection Act itself. So from that experience, and I'm part of the thematic group on emerging technologies, we take a broader view of AI and other technologies, like the Secretary Mary said earlier. We are looking at emerging technologies and how, as a country, we can manage them. And in that group, we specifically, if I may go to AI, break down AI into what we call the value chain. You know, at the top is the application layer, and then below that is the machine learning layer, the algorithms, and then below that we have the data, and the earlier group really emphasized on data, and finally the hardware layer, or what most people call the compute. And in each of those layers we have different issues that would arise. But from a national point of view, the question to ask is, how do we position Kenya to play at each of those layers, whether it's at the application, the algorithmic layer, where we must develop talent, or the data layer, where we must ensure that the data pipelines exist both in public and private sector, and finally on the compute layer. I think I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John, for your intervention, which echoes a lot what Mary has said about, you know, human-centered AI and AI policy development. So thank you very much for sharing. Let me move to Djibouti. So I know you are sitting at the Ministry of Communication. What kind of conversation are you having in terms of AI development in the country? Oui, donc vous êtes conseiller auprès du ministère de la Communication. Quel genre de conversation vous avez par rapport au développement de l'intelligence artificielle pour le pays? Où en est le Djibouti?
Bonjour tout le monde. D'abord, je voulais remercier le Kenya pour l'organisation de ce forum et l'UNESCO. Pour ce qui est de l'intelligence artificielle à Djibouti, nous, on a opté pour une option, on a préféré attendre que l'Union africaine adopte la stratégie pour suivre après et en concertation avec tous les ministères à Djibouti de mettre en place une stratégie djiboutienne. Plutôt ça a pris du temps. En 2019, un groupe a été créé africain sur l'intelligence artificielle. Et finalement, la stratégie a été adoptée la semaine dernière, le 13 juin, où il y avait 40 pays africains qui ont participé, 40 ministres africains de la communication qui ont adopté la nouvelle stratégie africaine sur l'intelligence artificielle. Le Kenya, c'est un pays voisin. Nous, on connaît bien le Kenya. On a notamment un câble sous-marin qui relie le Kenya, Djibouti et la Somalie, qui s'appelle DAR, ou DER en anglais, où on est connecté sur ce câble-là. Mais Djibouti, maintenant, avance tout doucement. Comme on dit, l'oiseau fait son nid petit à petit. Et très vite, on aura notre propre stratégie, Inch'Allah.
Okay, merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. So, Abdul Rashid just mentioned that Djibouti is working on the strategy in alignment with the newly adopted African Union's AI strategies. So, thank you for that. Let me move to Dr. Harry Ponswami about Mauritius. So, could you please tell us a bit about these 2018 strategies and how it has been evolved, what are the lessons that you learned since the adoption of that strategy at that time to keep pace with the rapid technology changes in this area.
Okay, thank you. Actually, the Mauritius AI strategy drafted in 2018 was constituted with a professional from different sectors. So it was not only IT professional and ICT policy makers who drafted this document. And it was a well-thought document with oversight into various sectors of the economy where we could adopt innovative solutions and emerging tools that can be used. One of the recommendations of the 2018 strategy was to create a council to look into all the emerging technologies and solutions that is going to be implemented in the future. And this is where we have the establishment of the Mauritius Emerging Technology Council, where we promote innovative technologies, and we also ensure that there is a guideline for the adoption of those emerging technologies, including AI for all. So the strategy, we are reviewing the strategy, and most probably at the end of this year, we are coming up with a policy. But this time, we are mixing strategy and policy. We want a policy which has a plan of action so that we have some actionable item and we can see in the short term, medium term, and long term what is our vision. And we have already started working on the policy with our stakeholders. We feel that partnership is very important, and we encourage collaboration with the private sector, because in the government sector right now we don't have the capacity to implement new technologies. But at the council we are developing guidelines to ensure that the collaboration is ethical, and all the key important elements like inclusivity, we want to make sure that even the marginalized group are taken into account. So it's a work in progress.
Thank you, Harry. So you're moving from strategies to policy on AI. Okay, let's us now have a conversation at the regional level, and I would like to invite Frida about her work with the Tony Blair Institute. I know you have observed AI policy and strategy development in the regions, and I would like to have your view about what's the readiness of the public sectors to steer AI policy development in the regions, and also if you have any recommendations for the governments who are present here today, who are developing policies, what would be your recommendations?
So that would be me.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you for the invitation. And yes, there are good observations made in the region concerning what is shaping policy and strategy development. I will put it in 3 models. So the first is the appetite of public sector and its attitude towards how AI can be an enabler, and you see it having breadth in the nature of the policy or strategy or even the delivery exercises. The second one is on notable investments that we see across the region in strengthening the space of AI and capabilities. And the last one is the demand on energy, that energy is growing, but then is it growing in tandem with the demands that AI has on the energy or the grid demand. So on the first observation area, you'll find public sector or attitudes towards it. If within public sector, they consider it, AI is simply foreshadowing, so which means it can complete certain tasks but then you can either use or ignore it. It's possible that in the drafting or development of an AI strategy or policy, that becomes it. So it becomes, let's be very cautious about how we deploy AI, especially within government. So private sector, of course, will move at its breath, but then it's possible that public sector in its readiness could be left behind. But there is also something good happening in the region around countries that, especially within public sector, where they have seen AI as a helper. So which means they allow decisions and summaries and reasoning, and it supports delivery. It also goes back to how the strategy is shaped. So for example, the previous panel gave an example of Tanzania, where they said they had limited data, but they still exposed it, brought doctors on board. So as they are doing that kind of deployment, it's also shaping the kind of strategy or policy development that is happening in that country. I think that is the one they call ELSA, an AI-powered medical assistant. So public sector, yes, I got it right? Yes, so public sector then has embraced it to say AI is a helper, and it will now start to shape the industry. There are many examples, so it doesn't mean if I say one country, then others don't have. Then there is also, if public sector sees it as a co-worker, so it means that the decisions that will be made, that public sector is willing to work alongside it. So you expose data to algorithms, but then you also consider it as an assistant. So decisions around investments, decisions around working with private sector, decisions around ethical AI, all those decisions then are accommodated in the context of public sector seeing AI as a co-worker. So that's one element. The second is that there's also good investments that we see across the region that are also supporting foundational readiness. So for example, in Kenya, and Walubengo mentioned some, so you see the thrive into data protection and into cybersecurity. Now there's also cloud first conversations. So those are some foundational decisions that public sector is making that then enables them to be more ready into being able to deploy AI. There's also experimentation, very good examples from Rwanda that we see. Rwanda has been able to improve tourism experience. Actually, if you travel to Rwanda, you feel the tourism experience as part of the package. From the culture to the information to the sites that you visit, but they've deployed it in such a manner that it is to improve experience. So you'll find that even in the drafting or the development of the policy and strategies, that then it will encompass that, because then it's a co-worker in such a development framework. Then there's also when public sector considers areas of skills and human capacity development. So it's good, yes, to have pen and paper on strategy and policy, but it's another to bring along a public sector so that they have a good understanding of it. So for countries that have taken it all together in one suit, then you find that in the development of the policy, in the development of the strategy, then skills development. Even in regions where we have a large scale of aged or maybe not as tech-savvy public sector players, but then they're also brought along to understand the importance of what AI will do in their day-to-day work. And then there is also identification of data commons, so that then if yes, the policy strategy is being developed, then what are the commonalities that will enable a public sector to deliver service delivery? So yes, there is data that exists, but how is this data, for example, in health, supporting education or supporting nutrition? So countries that we have observed, the countries that also look at data commons are also able to shape their policy policy and strategy better. Then finally, the demand on energy. What we also observe is, yes, there is excitement around the state of AI and what it can do within the region, but there is less appetite or thought into the energy demand that it will have also in the region. So I think one of the recommendations there will be, let it also run in tandem, so that decisions around AI policy and strategy also consider the, what like generative AI has a higher demand for energy in a country. So then what becomes of decisions around the grid and the usage of it? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frida. So you reply actually to the two questions in once, right? Where you observe and also the recommendations, some of the recommendations about energies and data protections, etc. Okay. Rashid, I don't know, would you like to talk a little bit about the content of the African Union AI strategies? What is it about? And what are the key areas that, government should focus, and how are they going to be useful for the member state? How, is it just a framework to inspire, or is there any, implementations, practical implementations, guideline that comes together? Oui, alors je voulais vous demander si vous pouvez nous donner quelques éléments clés de la stratégie de l'Union africaine sur l'intelligence artificielle. Est-ce que c'est un cadre qui va inspirer les États membres pour mettre en place leur politique? Quel rôle va avoir cette stratégie continentale? Est-ce qu'il y a un guide de mise en œuvre qui va être rédigé pour aider les États membres, ou quelle est la suite? Voilà, si vous pouvez nous donner quelques éléments et comment la mettre en œuvre.
La suite maintenant, elle va être l'Union africaine va entamer la mise en place de la stratégie et inviter tous les pays à suivre les recommandations de l'Union africaine. C'est pour ça que maintenant, il faudrait que chaque pays organise des ateliers, des conférences pour faire profiter aux experts et leur expliquer la stratégie africaine. Je crois que cette stratégie, elle a été... Tout le monde a participé, c'est une stratégie participative. Il y a eu beaucoup d'organisations, il y a même des sessions ouvertes où il y avait des ONG, des organismes qui participaient. Je trouve que c'est une stratégie complète. C'est pour ça que nous, à Djibouti, on a préféré attendre qu'elle soit adoptée pour lancer notre propre stratégie.
Okay,
merci.
Merci beaucoup. So he's inviting all the member states to look at these strategies as it's going to, it has been done in a very participatory way and inclusive manners. Let us move to our last speaker, so Dr. Melissa Omino. So we talk a lot about AI strategies, AI policy. If you could just clarify, what's those two terminologies and what are the linkages. We have also AI law. So and also, can you please, give us a broad pictures of the legal landscape for AI and emerging technologies, and in your view, what would be a good AI policy for Africa?
Okay, I hear 3 questions in one, and I'll do my best to answer all of them. The first one, which is an interesting conversation to have in Africa, is the distinction between an AI policy and an AI strategy. There are schools of thought that, since these are both government documents that are all trying to think about the regulation and fostering of innovation in terms of artificial intelligence, that they are the same, but they are slightly different. A policy is quite broad. A policy is broad, and a policy sort of sets out guidelines and values of what a government wants to do in terms of artificial intelligence. So it answers the question, what? That's what a policy would do. A strategy is more specific, and a strategy would say, would have a specific part called an implementation plan, because it now tells the government or people who work with the government in the private sector how. How will you implement the things that government says it wants to be implemented with regards to artificial intelligence? And I'm so glad that we have somebody from Mauritius on the panel, because they started with a strategy and will then develop a policy, and we'll have a hybrid document about policy and a strategy. Because then that highlights that the question is what comes first. It's not cart or horse question. The question is, what does the government want to achieve? And in my personal estimation, I think it depends on the development of the AI ecosystem in that particular country, because AI is already developing on the African continent. So would you want to start with saying how AI should develop, or do you want to start with saying that since we already have a nascent AI industry, then this is how it should do it, right? Or these are the things that need to be done as you are developing. So it really is a question about each government. So that takes me to the second one about what would be the best strategy. What do I think the best strategy is on the continent? I think that there is no best strategy. The best strategy is what the government comes up with for that particular country. And I might sound like I'm pandering to government, but I'm not. I think that each country has a unique setup of infrastructure, of data, of skills. And so each country will have a unique approach to artificial intelligence. And the best approach is one that takes into cognizance what are the realities on the ground of that country. So moving to the last question, which is what I would have started with, is thinking broadly about the legal landscape or the regulatory landscape of artificial intelligence in Africa. That is quite broad. And here I'd like to probably talk about what CIPIT has done. CIPIT has been talking about artificial intelligence since 2019, where we decided to ask ourselves, is there the presence of AI on the continent? And what does this look like? So we started by defining an African AI ecosystem, because that was very important to us to use an African lens and to use a human rights lens when thinking about artificial intelligence. And we did that with a number of dashboards that are available on our website, where we looked at the use cases, what are people using artificial intelligence for? Then we looked at, are there laws already in place? And then we also looked at policies and strategies. And for me, that has been interesting, because that tells me that we are not far behind. We have kept in tandem with the rest of the world. But our use cases are completely different because of the realities on the ground. And that led us to believe that artificial intelligence is a tool, it's not a sector. It's a tool that will be used to solve African problems. And as such, the legal frameworks already exist. If you think about agriculture, if you think about health, there are legal frameworks that already exist that govern those sectors, and AI must adhere to those legal frameworks. If you think about intellectual property, which is my favorite subject, that touches or governs artificial intelligence when we hear people talking about deepfakes or copying, even data sets are covered by intellectual property. But there are certain aspects that might need something new, and that's why we look at the AI continental strategy. We look at other policies such as the digital blueprint in Kenya, ICT frameworks as well, that help to lend themselves into this legal and regulatory frameworks, because they guide what else should come up, because this is a different type of tool that we haven't yet worked on. So my work primarily is to tell people that, hey, this tool already has existing frameworks. People run away when we talk about artificial intelligence regulation because they think it will stifle innovation, but artificial intelligence is already functioning within a plethora of legal frameworks, and having one to look at the tool specifically might not be a good thing, but enhancing the legal frameworks that already exist might be the best way to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that clarification. You mentioned a lot about, you know, the need for to consider the context, the specificities, and I just want to come back to Dr. Harry, because your country has organized a summit last month on AI, and it was a regional summit. I wanted to know if you have what's kind of regional perspective have you heard from other countries? Is there any Eastern African narrative for, you know, that need to be taken into account in AI policy development?
During the summit, we realized that even if Mauritius is an island, our concerns are similar in a number of areas. Definitely, we realized that we need human capacity. Capacity building is crucial. We will be having millions of new jobs which are going to be created, but at the same time, we will be having people losing jobs because they don't have the right skill set. And the second element is dissolving culture. We need to take into account when we are using tools, AI tools most specifically, whether these tools are benefiting the human goals, or is it only for economic purpose and other profitability issues? It was interesting that during the summit, we had tech leaders, even from the private sector, who are competitors, but were able to sit around the table to discuss the future and how we are going to implement our policies. And what was important, we have a lot of concern about the educational field, training and policies that came up during the AI Summit.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me now open the floor because we have, let's say, 10 minutes left. And if you have any questions to the panelists, please raise your hand. Yes, please.
Thank you so much. My name is Susan Tieno. I'm a researcher. And my question is to Dr. Henry. I think one of the main things that I've seen is, for example, the last time I talked about research and how that would lead to
Sorry, can you speak louder because it's difficult to hear? Yes.
Okay, sorry. So my question is mainly around the role of academia in nurturing sustainable practices with regard to policy making. So in the previous panel, we talked about research and how research will facilitate and be forward direction in terms of the artificial intelligence in Africa. And I'm curious your thoughts on how, for example, if it were even recommendations or policy actions that academia can make with regard to sustainable practices. One of the panelists also mentioned about how energy is quite key, but isn't being thought about in terms of the policy conversation. So,
Okay, thank you. I saw a second hand. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. My question about related to the regulatory landscape of artificial intelligence. The question is, what are the other policies or strategies that countries must have in place before they develop the artificial intelligence? As we see that there is a less number of countries have almost developed their policies in artificial intelligence. So what are the necessary other policies that has to be in place for the development of artificial intelligence? The second question is regional development. Regional development as what is the development of the artificial intelligence, why we are not putting in place for example, East African Community Artificial Intelligence Strategy, rather than having every single countries. So that is also another portion. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. And the last question from Lamine.
Thank you, Ms. Abu. And
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Lamine. So we have one question about the role of academia. Who wants to pick up? Yes, please, John.
Okay, thank you. I didn't get most of issues around academia, but I can say that academia should play a critical role in terms of capacity building, and not just in terms of hardcore knowledge, computer science, IT, but more so on the human rights aspect, because one of the challenges that governments are struggling with, whether you're talking responsible AI, etc., is more or less like firefighting. If we had gotten our engineers to think of responsible AI from the word go, then the problems we're trying to put off will not even be there. So part of the thing academia can do is not only update, for example, our curriculum in light of new developments in AI, particularly generative AI, but also to look at the social aspects of AI, which traditionally is not part of, computer science, IT programs. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, please. You want to reply to the same questions? Or?
I can add to that. I'm so happy that Walu has acknowledged the social scientists, because usually it's techies versus the social scientists. So I'm really happy that he has done that. I think academia has a vital role to play, especially in terms of the research that is conducted. A lot of the research feeds into policy directly. So I know, for example, in the definition of an African ecosystem, in the definition of the stakeholders, the stakeholder mapping would definitely help and feed into policies and strategies.
Okay, thank you. She's announcing me that we have only 5 minutes, but we still have 2 questions, very interesting. One on the policy and strategies that countries need to have before moving to the AI policies. Who wants to pick that question?
Okay, I can pick that up. I think it depends on the country. It depends on what's happening on the ground in the country. I don't think there should be a tick-box exercise of a number of policies that you should have before you think about AI. But having said that, as an academic, I'll contradict myself also as a lawyer. I think a data policy is quite important, because data feeds artificial intelligence. Without data, then you can't really move. So you need to have a data policy. That data policy has to think about data governance because of privacy, issues of privacy. I think that intellectual property also needs to be in place, because there are questions around, is an algorithm a source code? Is it a patent? How should that be protected? How should the databases be protected? Should they be open? What is the meaning or definition of open source for government, etc.? In Kenya, we have quite a number of policies, ICT policies, that have lent themselves to our thinking about an AI strategy. So, for example, the Digital Economy Blueprint, we have a master plan, an ICT master plan that goes all the way to 2032. All these have sort of been the grandfather policies and grandmother policies that are lending themselves towards artificial intelligence. So think about your ICT infrastructure, think about your digital environment, think about data. If you have those 3, then I think you're in a good direction.
Thank you very much. I want to pass the floor to Frida. Yeah.
Yes, just to add to the 2 academia, so that then you're not in sort of caged within what regulation must I have, then it will be policymakers making decisions around what I need. For example, how ready am I when it comes to, yes, data protection, or just the area of ethics? Because how you handle normal national ethics in a country or the rule of law will be a great determinant on how then it also will be captured in an AI policy or strategy. Cross-government capabilities between one ministry and another is data interoperable? Are there mechanisms around that sharing of data? Are there decisions also within government around what you would like AI to solve for? Because then making those decisions or alignments will sort of create the foundations around then the regulations that would be needed. Computing is also something, because he was asking about what do you need. Also, the investment climate in our country, how attractive are the incentives for private sector? Because remember, this policy or strategy, yes, is developed for government, but also for private sector to participate. So how is the incentive structure in the country to be able to enable hyperscalers to come in? We've seen a lot, of announcements coming in around hyperscalers wanting to, do large developments within the region. But what is the incentive structure at a country level? And then, of course, the attitude towards generative AI within a country. So it may not be a regulation per se, but the spirit of the text within policies will sort of start guiding the appetite of a country to be able to move forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, dear panelists, for sharing your insight. So we are just on time. Before closing, I just want to announce that tomorrow at 4:30, end of the day, we will be launching this comic strip on AI that has been translated into Kiswahili. We talk a lot about localizations and the importance of local languages. And we will be having also on this occasion a small workshop on the dictionary of AI terminology in Kiswahili. So please join us. This is a side event. Thank you very much, and thank you for have a good lunch. Bye.
Thank you, Misako. Thank you very much. It will be interesting to understand AI in Kiswahili. Another round of applause, please, for the panel. Thank you. Thank you for a job well done. Thank you. And delegates, we have come to... Sorry? Okay, as you stand there, as I announced, just continue with your photo. And if you were to ask me, Misako ought to be somewhere in the middle as the moderator. Thank you very much, you look lovely. So delegates, we want to thank you again for this very attentive opening session. Now I have two announcements. I have good news and I have bad news. Which one do you want me to start with? The bad news. I'm a good news person. So the good news is that we are finally ready for lunch. The bad news is that you must clap for yourself before you go for lunch. Thank you. Thank you. You're doing a good job. So we will have lunch on the first floor, dear delegates. You just go up the stairs on the side. Am I right? Just go up the stairs on the side to the first floor. That is where we are all having lunch. And then we have delegates who are registered as panelists and as country representatives. Please take the lift to the 8th floor. Okay? The ones registered as panelists or as country reps, please take the lift to the 8th floor. All of us are nonetheless having lunch on the first floor. And yes, I'm very informed thoroughly. The next session starts at exactly 2:59 p.m. Please check your watches. Thank you. 2:59, we start the next session. I'll really be appreciative of those who make it on time. Thank you and bon appetit. Enjoy your lunch.
never done this one. Like, and now I'm always like, okay, next time I'm at the event, I'll go sit up on the stage. Wait, directions, photographer? And it's so hard because like you don't even know.
I'm just like, okay, can you even see me? Because I can't see because of my glasses. Okay. Give me a minute. Okay. All right. Perfect. This one I don't know what you are doing. Yeah, there's somewhere my eyes are. I don't know what you are doing. What just so you know, so let's sit there. Chin up. Yeah. Another take. Oh, this is nice. This is nice. Yeah. We have nice ones. Okay. Yeah. But you are getting individually like, when I attended the yes. But I think 50 million things. Oh my God. Okay, where should I? Yeah. Or Apache, or there.
it's a pleasure to be here. Ordinarily, we should have welcomed you in the morning, but there are a number of colleagues who welcomed you. When you're coming in, you're being welcomed by the water fountains from the entrance to the ground floor. They take you all the way to the third floor, where we have the main restaurant. And once you get there, we will get other wellness facilities. We have the gym, we have the sauna, we have the steam, we have aerobics, we have the swimming pool up there, Infinity Nature, for that matter, with other water-piped speakers. We progressed further to have massage parlors, both private ones and general ones. We have pedicure there, manicure, barbershop, salon, amongst other facilities. And of course, in terms of the architectural design of this building, I'm sure you must have seen that it's cantilevered, both sides, 8.5 meters. The other side deformed and located this way. And of course, we have what we refer to as the artificial water mass or the eco on the other side. The intention of that is to ensure that where you are, we achieve what we call the maximum heat gains. And this building in itself has what we call heat saving of 54%. We said that after the conference, or what we call your normal activities, we are people who are prayerful. So we have also invested in enough prayer rooms. But we also realized this, the other segment, after hard life, hard job during the day, they also want to enjoy good time. So we've also invested in what we refer to as the late night destinations, both the VIP and the general ones, here at the basement. Then we also have walking concourses around. And finally, when putting up this facility, we have conformed to what we refer to as the LEED 2009 tools. And that has allowed us to be one of the first facilities in East Africa to be certified by the American Green Building Council as green in East Africa. I thought you would have clapped for us.
Clap, please. Amazing.
Yeah, so this is where we are, and just a matter of caution, as part of green architecture, we have clear glasses everywhere. And we've had challenges, we've had some little incidences, but we are going to make every effort to ensure that we do proper markings. So we have clear glasses everywhere to be in line with that, what we call the green architecture. But by tomorrow, we'll have done the markings so that you do not tumble on them. Finally, for people of my height, you do not need to worry, Ambassador, or just from the height of the ballroom you can see. All the other features we have in terms of height, either double or triple volume. Then we have wide navigation areas. So there's nothing much to worry about. And because I was given 3.5 minutes, I'm technically at 5.
Yes, Dr. Thank you, Dr.
I would have continued,
Yes.
but for that purpose, let me stop at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. And this really is state of the art. Thank you very much for giving us a rundown of what this is about. And Dr. Alexandros, please take it away on artificial intelligence leadership and application in Eastern Africa.
Thank you very much. It's always difficult to start a session when coffee has not been served and you just had lunch, so please stay awake. I think the panel is interesting enough. So, as you heard before, we're here to discuss now artificial intelligence, leadership, and applications. So we have a very interesting panel. I'm gonna start making a little bit of the introductions for all of them, so we know who we have here. First of all, we have Mr. Kenneth Olang, who is the Senior Solutions Director at Huawei. Kenneth. Then we have Mudhoni, where I'm getting the name right, Mudhoni Wanyo Oike. I'm sorry for the massacring the last name. She's an AI and data consultant at Africa Digital Group. We have Abed Mapuru, our colleague from Botswana, who's actually the Director of Geospatial Services at the Regional Center for Mapping of Resources for Development, which is based here in Nairobi. We have Ms. Maslin Gudosava, who is also coming from another regional center, ICPAC, which is the Climate Prediction and Application Center for IGAD, and she's a climate modeling expert. We have Mr. Jackson Carrieri, the technical assistant to the CEO of Konza Technopolis here in Kenya. We have Dr. Nima Mduma, a senior lecturer at the Nelson Mandela African Institute of Science and Technology in Tanzania. And last but not least, we have Ms. Rose Delilah Geshiko, the Kenyan country manager for Alliance for Artificial Intelligence. So, me, Alexandros Makarigakis, normally I'm the senior program specialist for natural sciences in the Nairobi regional office, but in my spare time, I'm directing the office for the region too. So I'm gonna go straight. I'm gonna ask a question to all of our panelists so we have a more interactive session, right? And I'm gonna start with Jackson. So Jackson, how can national governments in Eastern Africa create systems that foster artificial intelligence innovation while ensuring ethical and inclusive AI development?
Good afternoon. My name is Jackson Kariri. It's a pleasure to be here in front of you in this panel discussion. So ideally, AI is very important, and it's one of the key new disruptive technologies that will be overseen in the current technologies, both in public and in private sectors. But now back to the question that has been asked. So how do we ensure that we come up with an all-inclusive model for the AI applications that we have in the country? Number one, first, by ensuring that we have an inclusive collaborative engagement. This includes both public and private sectors, especially to the key developers or people who do system development, to ensure that whenever we are developing applications that are in context of artificial intelligence, they have captured the needs of the local users in the market. And then number two is to ensure that we have a collaborative framework that is there in the market. This framework will ensure that even the applications they are being developed by the application developers, they capture the needs. They capture the iterative development system model, whereby they keep on collecting the user requirement as they do the applications development. And then the other one is on capacity building. For example, back some few months ago, we had the WorldCoin that was there, that was coming in the country and collecting data from the youths. Exactly what WorldCoin were doing is on combining artificial intelligence, cryptocurrency, and blockchain. So collecting this data and establishing a universal database for identity. So what happens is that the youth in Kenya currently, the median age is about 19 to 20 years. So majority of them are the youths. And you could find that when this data was being collected, most of them were queuing and it was chaotic. But they didn't understand exactly what was that data being collected for. So this is more on capacity building by the government or even sensitization to ensure that the local user or the local people, they are aware of their rights when it comes to Data Protection Act. That is why we saw the Data Commissioner intervening that process together with our Minister of Interior to ensure that at least the public is aware that their data is being collected, and for this one or two reasons. So basically, those are some of the brief items that will ensure that we have all-inclusive applications or applications within the AI category. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jackson, for giving again the message that we heard also this morning about the rights, right, of the people and ensuring inclusivity through this one. So I'm going to go to the next two speakers, and I'm going to ask now Kenneth and Muthoni to come in. And we need to see the role of the private sector. So we saw a little bit of what the public sector is trying to do. But now let's go to the private sector and see, from your perspective, what role does this private sector play in driving AI adoption in Eastern Africa? And I would say not just adoption, but also development, right? Because adoption is, or adaptation is one thing, but also development. And what are some successful examples that you can give us of AI-powered business and innovations in our region? So shall we start with ladies first, Muthoni? Or should we give it? Okay, Kenneth, please.
Yes. Good afternoon once again. So thank you very much for the opportunity and the question. So when it comes to the private sector, and in this case I'll speak around big tech, because I do represent the big tech space. What our responsibility is to facilitate adoption of AI across the board. And there's various different ways of doing this. I'll probably just give one example or two, and which I think will answer about 2 or 3 of your questions, or we'll give you examples. So one of the things that AI can enable us to do is, and especially when it comes to adoption in the region, is basically developing infrastructure that is future-proof. And I say this, I'll give you an example. So there's a project that Huawei has taken up in Saudi Arabia. There's a city called Neom City. So what the Saudi government did is they came to us and they say they wanted to build a city in the desert, as always. And through 3D modeling and all these things, what we ended up doing is we came up with a very comprehensive model and a city, designed for a city. We went down to the nitty-gritties of showing the people or showing the government what we're able to do in terms of traffic management, in terms of how to plant trees in the desert. So this basically has enabled them to design a city that is future-proof, that is able to accommodate the people and to able to accommodate whatever it is that the society will need in order to be sustained. Another quick example to localize it just a bit more, through AI, what we have also managed to do is in Madagascar, we have actually, through our Pangu AI model and our weather analytics, we've actually managed to assist the local communities, basically the fishermen, keep safe. So what we've done is we've built a model whereby whenever there's extreme weathers in the sea, we're able to alert the fishermen and tell them, guys, you know what, this is not the time to go out to sea. It's genuinely a bit ridiculous, because what we've actually done is we've moved from a computerized model to literally we're taking digital data and writing it down on paper, and these papers are placed on boards on how, you know, the weather predictions and everything will be. So this is just the practicality of what the private sector is able to do and how we're able to assist the local governments and East Africa in general.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Can we go now to Mudoni?
Thank you. I think in terms of the private sector, we have the opportunity to make a contribution in several ways. First, in the area of data, where we're looking at storage and compute. The private sector has the opportunity to be innovative about how we go about creating data centers, how we go about storing data and accessing it. And secondly, I think the private sector can also make a great contribution in building talent and skill development. So if you have done any online courses on AI or machine learning or data science, there are probably courses that are industry-led, so either Google, Facebook, DeepMind, and the likes. And in East Africa, the private sector has that opportunity to come together and say that the universities and academia are doing so much, but when it comes to the industry, we need specific skills. So how do we train people on deploying ML systems? How do we train how to do deep learning and all that? So I think the private sector will be able to make a contribution to AI if they look at those key spaces. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Tony. And now I'm going to go a little bit to the regional centers that we have here in Kenya. I'm going to start with Abed. Abed, you are coming, as we said, from the Regional Center for Mapping of Resources. Can you tell us a little bit about what are the main applications of artificial intelligence in your work? And how has the technology changed the landscape, and what solutions are now possible that there were not before?
Thank you very much. Let me acknowledge and greet everybody here. We are from the Regional Center for Mapping of Resources and Development, like you rightly said. We are really interested in the Regional Center mapping and utilization of geographic information, especially from satellite imagery, Earth observation, to ensure that we contribute to sustainable development. Coming back to your question, AI has been integrated into RCMRD to drive our thematic areas in agriculture, food security, land management, in early warning systems, disaster risk reduction, climate change mitigation, biodiversity protection, natural resources management, and just to mention some few examples. I'm not sure whether I'll be able to exhaust, but I will start by saying that the machine learning and the artificial intelligence is available in the Digital Earth platform. Maybe some of you are already aware of the Digital Earth sandbox, which is used to generate what we call water from space, or WOFS. These are products that are used to track wetlands, encroachments, and wetland transition that we have done within Kenya, Uganda, Ethiopia, Sudan, South Sudan, Tanzania, Somali, and also the GMES for Africa program. The GMES is the Global Monitoring of Environment and Security, where country beneficiaries have benefited just through the use of artificial intelligence. We also have ecosystem evaluation, where we generate digital elevation models through artificial intelligence and try to monetize values across the wetlands to determine the values of wetlands. That is all done within the AI and ML platform. And we also have the pest surveillance in Kenya, where we have a project where we are monitoring the spread of pests and modeling how pests are behaving using climate data. All that we are doing within the counties of Nyeri, Kakamega, and Kilifi. And we are creating predictive models for pest infestation areas that we are using AI and ML. We also have some of the projects like the collaboration with other space institutions, where we are sending our staff members to train in development of AI algorithms, where through edge computing, they'll be able to generate some products from satellite imagery from space. We also are upscaling the modernization of community-based flood early warning systems that we are doing in some districts of Malawi. All that is done through the aid of artificial intelligence, where we have Earth observation data combined with radar technology to increase the warning lead time to allow preparedness by communities and relevant stakeholders to take action prior to disaster events. So we also have another application of GIS machine learning and in groundwater mapping and Republic of Somalia. Those are some of those that we use AI a lot, and I believe you are also aware of the GeoGLAM initiatives, where the agricultural and monitoring is all about using artificial intelligence to predict crop life cycle, where we can be able to tell where and what crops are being grown, and to what extent those crops can be, to what level or when they can be harvested. All is done through the use of AI. So I want to say the list is really going on, but let me just end up here for the purpose of the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So now I'm going to deep dive on what you were saying. And I'm going to go to another colleague, Marceline Kudosava, who actually has been advancing this scientific knowledge on subseasonal to seasonal drivers, forecasting, tailoring forecast products, doing capacity building, etc. So within ICPAC. So can you give us an example of how now the work of ICPAC help communities on the ground, but also governments to help communities on the ground?
Okay, thank you very much, Alex. So I'll start off by maybe giving a brief description of ICPAC, since some members might not be aware of what ICPAC is. So ICPAC is a regional climate center that provides climate services to 11 countries over Eastern Africa. So some of the information that we provide it for different sectors, including the disaster risk management, water, energy, the agriculture and food security, the health. So in terms of how this information is helping our communities, so we mostly work with the national government, so the 11 countries that we serve, and then this information cascades down to the different users. So we work in early warning systems. So this is to allow our member states to be able to have informed decision making at various time scales. So we produce forecasts from weekly, monthly, and then also seasonal. And from there, the weekly and also the seasonal are mostly used for the tactical decision making. And then when you're also looking at the seasonal time scale, you are looking at the strategic decision making. So when some of the tailored information that we have produced, they have been used by different people to make decision making. So for example, we were co-producing product with the Food Security and Nutrition Working Group, and they informed us that this information that we were giving them was allowing them enough lead time for them to make decisions based on the disaster that can happen. So when we look at disasters that mostly affect our region, we are looking at floods and then also droughts. So with this information that we give at long leads, people can make informed decisions. And then also cascading it down, we have produced quite a number of tools that we are utilizing. So just like RC Maradi has talked about pests and all, we also have to produce forecasts for pests. And then we also look at drought, so we have a drought watch. And then I want to touch a little bit about what Kennedy talked about, the use of AI in weather and also climate forecasting. So as much as Huawei has produced Pangu, right? So we are also working also on a predictive models. So we are working on a model called SIGAN that we are currently working in conjunction with two NMHs over the region. So that is Kenya and also Ethiopia. And then we're also working towards developing some machine learning algorithms for seasonal timescales. So these ones, we are doing them in-house. And then to get the information out, we hold different climate outlook forums, which I hope all of us have attended. So we have the Greater Horn of Africa Climate Outlook Forum. We also have the National Climate Outlook Forums that are held by the different countries. And then we also do the sub-regional climate forum. So for example, we just did one over the Moyale-Borana cluster. So that is between Ethiopia and Kenya. So we are trying to devise advisories over the rangeland areas so that there is equitable allocation of resources, and then we also prevent like conflicts when pastoralists are moving from one area to another area. I'll stop at that point, and we'll continue if there are further questions.
Thank you very much. So we heard about the development of some machine learning algorithms, right, in our regional center. So I'm going to move now to our academic people. So Nima, the next one is for you. So it's a multifaceted question, so you can pick how you're going to start or what you're going to respond first. So the first thing we're wondering is how can higher educational institutions in Eastern Africa incorporate now AI into their curricula to prepare now the next generation of professionals? And what are the challenges that you are facing as a researcher, right? Not only for the development of the curriculum, but also as a researcher. When you're trying to apply AI, and from your own experience, do you have a story to tell us on how did you manage to overcome? But please, in brevity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we can all agree that incorporating AI into curricula of higher learning institutions
Okay, this one works.
Thank you. Okay, I think we can all agree that incorporating AI into the curricula of higher learning institution, it can help to transform our society by preparing the next generation of AI leaders and profession. And this integration should begin with the foundational courses in AI principles, mathematics, and programming, from the lower level education progressing to advanced specializations such as machine learning, natural language processing, and computer vision.
But to achieve this, we need to make sure that we committed resources in order to ensure the availability of necessary infrastructures, including high-performance computing facilities, and to provide students with practical experience. Partnership with tech companies through internship, industry projects, and mentorship programs are essential. Also, early childhood approach, such as boot camps for kids, are very important in order to prepare the young generations in this field of AI. Therefore, higher learning institutions should not be the starting point of preparing the next generation of AI leaders, but rather help them to specialize and innovate the technological solutions for challenges that industry and societies face. Coming to challenges which we are facing as AI researchers, number one is lack of infrastructures, such as high-performance computing lab, fast, reliable, and affordable internet in order to support this AI research. Therefore, efforts are needed in order to invest in infrastructure that will support this technology. Another challenge is the shortage of publicly available dataset to support development of AI applications. It is therefore important to encourage researchers with funded projects to publish their dataset in open access repositories in order to support research activities in this field. And lastly is the shortage of skilled and technical expertise in this field of AI. As we all know that this is still emerging technology to us, especially in East Africa. So we need to dedicate our efforts and invest in education and training programs that will build the capacity of our local expertise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I thought that you were working for UNESCO at some point. Okay, last but not least, we're going to Rose. Rose will bring us yet another angle on this issue, right, of applications. And she's going to tell us a little bit more about how now non-governmental organizations, or the community organizations, can collaborate with the academic institutions, with the private sector, with the research centers, right, and then the government too, right, to implement AI projects that we make sure that actually they benefit the communities and the people. So please share your wisdom with us.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to be representing Alliance for AI, which is a non-governmental organization, an NGO, and our goal is to spread artificial intelligence and just highlight Africa's intelligence. So we work with the youth and ensure that we're equipping them with the right skills and also enabling them to use those skills to be able to create job opportunities that will help them support their local communities. And I also work with various communities across Africa, so I'll be highlighting how we need to engage communities in terms of every initiative that we are doing. And this will be speaking of how NGOs can also be able to facilitate connections between communities and the various aspects like the private sector, the government. So NGOs are able to communicate with the community. They reach out to the community, get involved, and understand what the community is doing. And this would be a point where they can be able to facilitate that connection. And an example is Alliance for AI has been working with a private organization that deals with data, which collects data from different clients and hosts it on a platform. It's called Zindi, and we're able to crowdsource solutions to build AI solutions through our communities, and those data sets are hosted on the Zindi platform, and you can check out the solutions online. So yeah, this is an example of how an NGO can contribute, and also just providing trainings. So we have chapters launched across Africa where we are trying to advocate for AI. And even with organizations like Zindi, we are able to collaborate with big tech. We are doing like responsible AI advocation currently, trying to talk about the importance of responsible AI and also just getting an understanding of what that entails. And then we also would definitely love to work with the government to understand it in context to Africa and most especially our different East African countries. Another thing would be being the voice of the community. Currently, we are in a beautiful conference by UNESCO in collaboration with other organizations, and we are here talking about how we can be able to collaborate and just bring out the community voice and ensure that everyone is listening. So that's an opportunity which you can maybe get to hear about Alliance for AI if it's the first time you're hearing about it, or Zindi, or different communities like Indaba, Masakane, who are working on language models that will be representative of Africa. So it's a beautiful place to be to talk about these things. And also just partnerships with the private sector, with academia, those people who have like resources to enable us to help and equip the community with the right skills, because at the end of the day, these are the builders. They need to know the importance of ethics. They need to have infrastructure, resources that they can be able to build the diverse AI applications we are talking about that will benefit the local community. They need to understand that it's important for us to incorporate like this, our culture into the algorithms, demystify bias. We need to be able to just have that partnership with the different organizations to make this happen. And lastly, we have amazing talent within the communities. So these are people who have the skill set. They're data engineers, they're data scientists. They're people who have been learning through school systems. As Dr. Nema said, they are equipped with the right skills, and that just enabling them to be, like we just expose them, that these are the people that you need to employ because we have the context of Africa, the domain knowledge, and they're the people you need to employ because they have been, interacting with the various environments, and they understand what it's about, and they have the technical skills. And I think that's a better way that will enable them to also support their communities with the skills that they gain. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. So this kind of concludes our first intervention. So we're going to open up the floor to see if we have questions from the ground, and then we're going to see how we're going to continue if we have time for more. I see, I'm going to start on the far right, and I'm going to move towards the left. So we have a lady all the way at the right with the brown jacket. Can you please introduce yourself and then tell us if you have a specific question for one of the speakers or it's a generic one? Thank you. Closer to the mic, please. I'm sorry, but for some reason, we hear you only from one speaker, and that's far away from the left. So I don't have any sound here. Can I ask the technicians to check with this speaker, because the sound comes only from far away from back there. And again, I apologize. Wait. Yeah, this is better.
All right, thank you, and sorry for making you walk all the way. So I'll repeat my question again, and the question goes to anyone because it falls under leadership. And what I was saying is that there has been a lot of mention of ethics, compliance, enforcement of the law, creation of data centers and how they are being created, community engagement, a lot of ethics issues. And now that has culminated into leadership. So my question then is, what role ethicists and bioethicists can play in the arena of artificial intelligence? Because it would affect human beings, it would affect whatever is being created, would affect animals and even human health. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I ask to bring in the mic here? Thank you. Please introduce
Yes, thank
yourself.
you, Alex, and thank you for the panelists. As we all know that biodiversity loss in Eastern Africa is actually a significant environmental concern. And as you know, it's impacting all ecosystems, both marine and terrestrial as well. So how can AI tools be facilitated for citizen science for biodiversity conservation? Thank you.
Okay, can you please pass it to the gentleman there in the middle with at the Uganda flag? Lamin, you had a question? Switch. Yeah, okay.
Hello. Okay, thank you very much, Alex. Thanks to the panelists. Concerning the question of inclusion, applications, that
Put the mic
include
close to you,
everybody.
yeah.
I am very happy to hear from the colleague who spoke about the role of CBOs, NGOs, communities, and families, especially when it comes to inclusion, not just to the private and the public sectors. So that's something very good. But my question is, how are they like platforms? Who at the national level is in charge of making sure that, for example, CBOs, families, NGOs are also included, in the development of applications or whatever it takes, to foster artificial intelligence, because that's what people may need. That's number one. Number two, it's about the development of higher education curriculum to make sure that they include artificial intelligence. There also, I would like to say that waiting for our youth, our adults, to reach that level, and then start installing those skills and competencies, especially when it comes to mathematics, when it comes to anything having to do with digital skills, would be very late. So that's why I was very happy when you said that catch them young at the preschool level. And it's good that every country, right now in Africa, we have adopted at least 1 year of compulsory and then free primary education, pre-primary education in line with the development of SDG 4, which is very good. So having literacy and numeracy programs, early grade reading programs, early mathematics skills acquisition programs, those are very important. But there also there is some hope, because many countries now in the continent are moving from the traditional competency to competency-based curriculum, which includes also the acquisition of those skills and competencies, especially when it comes to numeracy. So that is something very good. And lastly, what I've said is that UNESCO right now is piloting a program called Campus Africa. And in that program, we have the ambition, to set up a very strong research program, which is also very much in line with the development of artificial intelligence. And also to making sure that states, governments put some resources, not only to pay salaries for professors, for researchers, but to make sure that there is a capital investment in higher education, the construction of laboratories, research centers, because without all those, the infrastructure, there is no way that we can achieve that goal. So those are just a few comments that I wanted to make. I think they are not questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Lamin. We have one gentleman there, and then I'm going to close the first round to ask the panels to respond. The gentleman all the way on the... It is apparent to me, so when you speak from there, we can hear you there. When you speak from there, we can hear you there.
Thanks. I'm Evans Karanja. I'm a practitioner and I also teach in the domain of artificial intelligence at the university level. Now, away from the algorithms and the technology, one of the areas that, in my view, would maybe need a deeper introspect is the cultural perspectives. And how can we integrate and curate our cultural experiences that we are gaining as we try to mainstream AI from a national level to devolved units? Because if we don't have those cultural experiences, then we'll end up making the same mistakes, and those mistakes are the same ones that enlarge our digital divide. Thank you.
I think you are a day early, because tomorrow we have actually in the program one of the sessions that it will speak to exactly that item. Regardless, I'm going to ask now the colleagues to see who would like to answer to any of the questions that we heard. We heard about questions about the role of ethicists and bioethicists and what role they can play in the development of AI. We had a question about the biodiversity and citizen science and how AI can come in on that. We had a question on how platforms at national level can make sure that they're inclusive. I mean, we heard from Konza a little bit on that too. And last but not least, we heard a little bit about the cultural perspective. So who would like to begin? Let's start with, please go ahead, Abed.
Thank you very much. I'm not from the academia, but I believe they will come and chip in. But I wanted to highlight a few things that are slightly related in general to the questions that have been thrown. I'm from RCMRD, the Regional Center for Mapping of Development for Resources. I wanted to say that, in realization of AI, machine learning, how they can be integrated in satellite technology, Earth observation data, or remotely sensed data. What we have started doing as the regional center for the past years, and even we continue to do, as those who are maybe following our website or following our events, you may be aware that we do what we call map competitions. And map competitions are where we select a spectrum right from the primary schools, the secondary schools, then we go to the professionals to use data from the platforms, the portals, to create map stories, maps that will communicate messages either on climate change, messages on the any of the, especially the protection of environment. And that alone, when people create those maps, and the students, they also embrace, because some of them, they have to mine the information from the portals, from the sandboxes. That alone, I believe, one or the other, we contribute to these technologies being embedded from the young stage of the, like I'll say, from the children or the youths or the young adults, that by the time they graduate from universities, they'll have acquired some of the skills that are in addition to just the academics. So I believe that alone is also very helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Who would like to come in next? Let's go to, let's exchange a little bit there also. So first ladies, right? Let's go to Rose, and then we go to Kenneth.
I wanted to speak about the cultural experiences incorporated in AI, something he had mentioned. Okay, so yes, I think from the beginning, like, we didn't have this concept of just involving like our thoughts, our culture into AI. Obviously, we were following what is happening in the global north. We were like, okay, it's a new thing. We need to, learn from them because they were the ones who are like building it a bit faster compared to us. But right now, we are more cautious in the aspect of like, we have like our different cultures, we have different languages, we have everything about Africa is just very cultural, and you just get to experience us in a different way. So I think the ways that I have seen applications or just people within the industry, the researchers are doing is, we have like an example from Dr. Lilian Wanzare. She's from Aseno. She built a Kenya Corpus data set. So what this data set does is, we can use it to just build any application and just have it translated from maybe English to Swahili or Kenyan Swahili, that is. And it enables us to be represented in different applications. You find like different developers are incorporating this, or even Google itself. So you can see how they are trying to also bring in our culture and bring in our languages. And also we have like there's an upcoming TikTok for Kenya, which people get to react with, like the way we say way, like it's only in Kenya that you can understand what that means. So there's like a TikTok that is made for Africa and for Kenya, and that incorporates like our cultural experience, like what we stand or who we are as Africans and Kenyans. And another thing we do at Alliance for AI is speak about the history of Africa. So within our sessions, our trainings, we talk about where like we were and how we are going as Africa, and how like the history is affecting how we develop artificial intelligence applications. So this also gives just the youth and the people who are learning from us that, well, we need to put in the back of our mind or even in the front that Africa should, like our culture should be incorporated in whatever we are building. And that is like a way that we can integrate it and ensure that it's still there. And just encourage, as I think Esa had mentioned in one of the panels, that we need to build models also from our context. Like as much as we're also learning from like the countries that are already up to date with building the LLMs and all that, we should also just start building also our foundational models so that we can be able to incorporate these things that will apply to us as East Africa and Africa. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ruth. Yeah, please, Kenneth. I'm sorry. Please, Jackson.
Thank you. So ideally, what is the government doing to ensure that we have an all-inclusive platform for development of AI? So from the government perspective, currently what the government has done is on the establishment of a national cloud data center. So for example, there is the Konza National Data Center that has been implemented by the government of Kenya, and it is being hosted or it has been established within Konza Technopolis. So this is a Tier 3 data center that is purely cloud, the likes of, you can compare it with Google Cloud or even AWS Cloud or even Microsoft Azure. So what we are doing is that we have different flavors of products, and to be specific is on the platform as a service. So ideally, platform as a service gives innovators or even developers a platform whereby they're able to build and test and even deploy these applications. And we've been able to have hackathons or even innovation challenges some times back, whereby we invite our local innovators to build applications to solve particular problems. And the winners of those innovation challenges, what we do is that we give them some kind of incentives or grants or a specific discount so that they will be able to host or even build their applications within our data center cloud. That is number one. Then number two is on research and development centers. Same applies to implementation of Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology. I believe Mary Kirima had stated about that. So what about KAIST? KAIST is a purely postgraduate that is focused on master's and PhD research courses on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, which is modeled from the Korean Institute of Science and Technology. So what happens is that we'll be focusing more on solutions that are local or contextually that are related to our problems. So these solutions or this research will come up with the solutions or be able to build kind of models for the AI. And the best example of a local applications that we may relate ourselves with is we have Zuri from Safaricom. This is an app that you're able to, like a chatbot, whereby you're able to query, ask information, and give your feedback depending with what you've asked. So if you look at it clearly, it relates with our context, we as Kenyans or we as local Kenyans, and we feel very iterative or even interactive to interact with such kind of application. We have others that is M-Daktari, whereby it has the ability to provide specific tailor-made responses or feedback to patients or connect them to remote doctors. This one has been done on remote areas in Kenya, and others are coming. So ideally, the government is trying a lot, both in putting in place the infrastructure that is required, coming up with an AI strategy. That one is in place, and also coming up with a framework that will ensure that we have an all-inclusive ecosystem for AI development in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wants to come in? Please. Nima?
Okay.
Please go ahead, and then Nima.
So I can try to respond to the question on the citizen science and AI. So I think we can all agree citizen science plays a real major role in terms of advancing the science. And one of the things that we are thinking of doing as a climate center is also to talk about the impact-based focus. So where we are saying what is the impact of this hazard. And from there you can see how citizen science will really help. And then now in terms of AI, to an extent, I think some of the things are already embedded in terms of citizen science actually also feeding into AI, and then AI also feeding into people's decisions. So for example, throughout this March, April, May, where we had floods over Eastern Africa, there were a lot of people who were tweeting about it. There's a flood here, this is happening. So in terms of that, we could also see that the citizens are also kind of playing a role in terms of informing this. This will then also inform the people who are also developing the forecast to say, so whatever we say, did it really happen on the ground? And then we also have the Internet of Things, which are sensors that are actually collecting information. So if these are also availed to our citizens, it also becomes easier for them to feedback on what is happening on the ground. And then also it can be used for risk mapping, which areas are most vulnerable. So that's what I think in terms, I hope I've responded to your question. If not, we can catch up after.
Thank you. Nima?
Okay, thank you so much. I will start with the issue of cultural sensitivity. So I think this issue can be addressed if we'll invest in our local developers, because local developers are the ones who truly understand our own challenges and opportunities that we are facing in our society. So if we are going to invest much on them, those are the ones who will come up with the applications that will be cultural sensitive based on their African context. And coming to the issue of ethics, I will try to respond by consideration of the responsible AI. We as researchers, most of the time we forgot, even in our team composition, you could find us, we are only technical experts in the team, and we don't incorporate any social scientists in the team who could come up with the different ideas, maybe regarding the issue of ethics and something different from the technical perspective. So we need to make sure that when we develop our solution, to come up with the solution that will be AI tools which will be responsible, and that could be observed from the data collection to the tool development, even to the team composition of the people who are coming up with the AI solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I ask you now to give a very good round of applause for our panelists? We heard from all of them about the issues of inclusivity, right, in government platforms, but inclusivity not only to have the whole sphere, but also within sciences, right? Not only to focus on the hard sciences, but also include social and human sciences in our thinking. We heard about something that it's occurring again and again, right? The development of infrastructure, and that's where the private sector can come in, and it comes in, investing in computing and innovation centers. We heard about applications of artificial intelligence for disaster risk reduction, and how we can create now different fora for the dissemination. It's just that the dissemination of this information is also needed. I don't think a lot of people know, for example, the fora that ICPAC has. We heard about, again, the different challenges that we have, like fast and reliable internet, the infrastructure needs, about the shortage of publicly available data sets, the issue of open science in general, the shortage of skills, and the need to train people from a young age. We heard about the need to have a user requirements built in our approach, and try to support the development of local talent, so we ensure that we're bridging this cultural perspective. From my end, again, I would like to thank all the panelists, and I would like to thank the audience also for being patient with us. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Another round of applause. If you hadn't noticed, this was a very youthful panel. So this is the future of AI thoroughly. So another round of applause for this panel. And thank you, Dr. Alexandros, for managing it well. You could stand here for just a quick photo. A quick photo. Sorry, Dr. Alexandros. And while we take a photo, thank you once again, especially for all of you, for nobody fell asleep. I was watching, even for the teams at the corner. As we are waiting for them to take the photo, may I welcome the next panel. We are moving into the next panel. We have a very busy evening today. That's very busy and enjoyable. But before that, the next panel, Mr. Darius Mogaka Ogutu. Where are you, Mr. Darius? Mr. Darius, thank you, Mr. Darius. As you come over to the front, joined by Mr. Feng Chun Miao, please come in. Mr. Bernard Chira, please move forward. Mr. Rupesh Kevin Sunkur, please move forward. Dr. Joyce Nakatumba Nabende, please move forward. And Dr. Peace Bamurigire. Welcome, Mr. Darius Mogaka. This panel is discussing artificial intelligence and human capital development through education. And we thank you very much for accepting to squeeze a little bit for this panel, so that we can have more time for just one more session before we call it a day. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good evening. I don't know whether you can hear me that end. Good evening. If you can hear me, kindly wave at me from that end. If you can hear me on the other end, just wave at me, please. What about here in the middle? It's that time of diminishing returns. And when it's diminishing returns and it's AI, and you bring in AI, people will be on AI. Just like I can see everyone is on their device. And we are being asked to squeeze this session. Can you help me squeeze the session by looking up at me and being active just for another few more minutes, so that we can have this honorable panel introduce themselves? My name is Darius Mogaka Ogutu. I'm the Director of Higher Education at the State Department for Higher Education and Research at Ministry of Education in Kenya. I deal with universities and university students, and these are the guys, the AI generation versus the non-AI. And in the university, it's cooking, melting pot of should we go AI or should we, if you are caught using AI, dismissal, expulsion. But we'll get to hear from our panelists today. Let me ask our panelists to introduce themselves, 1 minute each, beginning with you, please. We'll try and be as fast as we can, only if you're looking at us, please.
Good evening. My name is Peace Bamrijile. I have a PhD in embedded computing, lecturer from University of Rwanda. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. So I'm Rupesh Levin Sankar from the University of Mauritius, head of Department of Software Information Technologies, and happy to be amongst you today. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joyce Nakatumba Nabende. I'm a senior lecturer in the Department of Computer Science at Makerere University and head of the Makerere Artificial Intelligence Lab.
Thank you very much. Dr. Fengshun Miao, are you online? Could you please introduce yourself? Toshi, is Dr. Fengshun online? Okay. Our fifth panelist is online. Bernard Shira, unfortunately, got taken ill and is not able to join us this afternoon. Dr. Fengshun? Okay. As soon as he comes on, he will introduce himself and give us an insight, a global perspective into matters AI. And from that point, we hope to be able to address a few issues just because of the time. Otherwise, we would have loved to carry you along with us. I know some of you during lunch were trying to see whether you could spot some wild animals across in the national park. We wanted to give you an excitement, some real feel of AI, but time not allowing. We'll try to answer the following questions. How should AI literacy and AI competencies be defined, and how can they be developed through AI curricula for schools and lifelong learning programs? Secondly, what are the AI competencies required to teach in AI-rich education settings, and how can teachers be supported? Thirdly, what strategies can be adopted to boost digital literacy across all levels? And time allowing, we'll allow the panelists to close with a parting shot on how can AI research collaborations and knowledge exchanges within regions be facilitated. Toshi, are we good to go? He's coming. AI is holding him up. Okay, Dr. Fengshun Miao, kindly introduce yourself and give us a global perspective. You've got just about 6 minutes. I can't see him. I can't hear you. If you can see me, just get closer to the microphone. Then maybe I can hear you.
I can see you.
Excellent, excellent. Go ahead.
Can you see me?
I have to come closer and look across. Yes, I can see you on the side and on that side. Somebody will put you in front of me. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Fengshun Miao. I'm the chief of the unit for technology and artificial intelligence in education, in the education sector of UNESCO. So thank you very much for the invitation, and it's my pleasure and honor to join all of you for this Eastern African Forum on AI. So I would like to start to introduce our global view from UNESCO about how we are promoting the human-centered use of AI in education. So we from UNESCO publish a couple of policy guidance on AI in education. First of all, we publish one, we call it AI and Education Guidance for Policymakers. and a few years ago in 2001. And the last year we published a second one, it's a guidance for generative AI in education and research. From this guidance, we are conveying very clear message for any of the country. The ICT AI in education policy should cover 4 fundamental components. The first one, and the most important one, I talk about it step by step. The first step is to regulate ethics of AI and also validate the AI tools that should be procured by the public fund for schools and for education institutions. Second, all the countries need to promote, even provide grants to encourage the design, not only the use, but first of all, the design of inclusive AI tools for education, and then to promote the use of AI for inclusion in education. That's the second step. The third one is the topic of today, is to build AI competency for teachers and for students as a cornerstone of the use of AI in education. The fourth one, only the fourth one, is to talk about how to use AI for teaching, for learning, and for assessment. We believe that those are the 4 policy components all the countries need to develop and implement, no exception. Based on that, we are developing 2 AI competency frameworks. AI competency framework for teachers, AI competency framework for school students. We, in the future, we will go on to develop AI competency for university and higher education, but now we are targeting school education. Under this AI competency framework for students, in particular, we are defining the AI competency based on 2 dimensions. The first dimensions are the key aspects of the AI we want to develop around. That will include not only the AI skills, not only the coding, but first of all, we call the human-centered mindset toward AI, first of all. Secondly, is the ethics of AI and the AI competencies. Only the third one is about AI technique and operational application skills. The fourth one, we believe is also very, very important, is to develop the AI system design skills for our next generation, because we believe that students should not only be the consumer for AI, they should not be the passive consumer for AI. They should become the co-creators of AI. Any students, especially in every country, should not wait, for OpenAI, for other AI companies to develop the tools, and we only become the consumer. All the students should have the opportunity to be educated about how to co-creating AI tools for themselves, for your country, and for the society. And we also believe that we should develop our students to become the leader of the next generation of AI technology. So the second dimension of this framework is 3 levels. We want the student to develop their competency from understanding to applying and then to the creating. Not only to understand knowledge, but also they can apply and also they can create their tools. So that's the 2 dimensions of the AI competency. So we will release these 2 AI competency framework in September during UNESCO Digital Learning Week. So I would like to stop here, but before I stop, I want to say that I want to highlight the sense of urgency, because we know that all the presidents, prime ministers are seeing that it's very urgent, it's essential to train, to develop AI competency for teachers and students. And we trust them and we don't trust them. So we conducted some mapping or scoping of among all the member states of UNESCO, 194. We found that among 194 countries, only 7 countries that have developed the AI competency frameworks or national AI program for teachers. Only 7 countries. And then only 15 countries have developed governmental K-12 AI curriculum, which means the AI curriculum for school students. Only 15 countries. To our survey 2 years ago, no African country had developed governmental AI curriculum for schools. We hope we are wrong, but that's the mapping, the result of the mapping. And through this forum, we hope that more African countries will pay attention to this and will start to really take action, not only by talking about the AI companies development. Over. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for him, please. I don't know whether Kenya is among the 15 countries that have Dr. Feng Shun, but we'll come back to you.
I have to say no African.
I shouldn't have asked the question. Now, to the University of Rwanda and University of Mauritius, how should AI literacy and AI competencies be defined? And how can they be developed through AI curricula for schools and lifelong learning programs? Please, University of Rwanda, Dr. Peace.
Thank you so much. I would say it should be compensated in 3 categories. The first one is the technical skills. Another one is the ethical consideration. Another one is the critical thinking and problem solving. So when I talk about the technical skills, the one is you should be able, for me, I don't prefer to start AI in university, even though I'm teaching at university, but I prefer to start in lower classes. So at least the student will be able to do a few programming using Scratches or any other software. Then from there, they can go to the university when they are going for advanced. So at University of Rwanda, through the government of Rwanda as well, in the College of Science and Technology, we are having a center called Center of Excellence, Internet of Things, where we are having a laboratory which was established by Winchester, which is Winchester Institute of Technology from US. It's really the best laboratory. So we train different students, not only the undergraduate, masters, and a PhD as well. We give them from the scratch because sometimes they come without nothing. They don't know anything, they don't know the sensors, they think about the technology, but AI, they want to study AI, but they don't know where to start from. So we start from the scratch. We taught them how to build it. We connected the sensors with the other microcontrollers. So meaning that in a short, it is to start from the physical layer to the application layer. So within 2 years, the last year, they have to go to the field. So they work with industry. They look for the problem. They come up with a solution, which they are going to solve with AI or any other with deep learning, whatever they want to. So another thing, apart from that, there are many projects which we are coming up on that, which there were one undergrants and so on. And also, on one of the projects, just in that domain, I just have a project which deals with a smart agriculture. So where I have land like 1.2 hectare. It's a rice. The reason I picked rice, I'm not gonna say here, it's really funny. So we are having sensors in the field. We are training not only the students for masters and PhD, we are also training the farmers. In case if we are not around, they will be able to do it for themselves. Sometimes people, they think AI is only for the people who are educated, which is not true. Everybody are able to use AI. So data sensors, they send data to the cloud. We are also hoping it's do automatic fertigation and irrigation. And then when it's going to rain, it doesn't do irrigation. They stop until it waits when it rains, and it measures the water level and so on, then it adds which is needed automatically without any human interfering. So the only remaining part we really need to add is just when we really need to change whatever we are getting to the local language, so the farmers will be able to get the information from the field. You can also control wherever you are automatically. So that is one of my projects, but there are other projects. And the best thing about the Rwanda, there is a research institution. It's called the Rwanda National Council for Science and Technology. You bring the best project. So they give you grant, then you go to the field, then but they oblige you to partner with the industrial so that at least you work with them, you share so on the long run, normally we advise as a lecturer or as people who are working at university, really continue studying. We have a partnership with other universities. We were 6, but now we are remaining with 5. It's called Afrotech, which is African Engineering and Technology Network. One is here in Kenya, another one is Lagos, another one is South Africa, another one is in Egypt, another one in Rwanda, which is University of Rwanda and the Carnegie Mellon of Africa. I happen to be a reader in inclusion and impact and diversity. We often, we created the workshops. Normally we train the people who needs the training on the AI, for the certification, for the entrepreneurship, those kind of things, for bridge program, in case you feel you really need something, that we are here to help. So another thing apart from that, so that is the long term. We don't give them, we used to teach, I don't know if in this other country they have, we used to teach the student, we did not care whether they have a computer or not. But in our country, they give computer to the student. For example, if you are from the poor family, they will be able to give you that computer. At least you'll be able to practice. So even in our center, we give them those equipments, those sensors, and then they come, they build whatever they want to do.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank
Peace.
you.
And in Rwanda, is it the curricula only in the university, or the same is integrated in preschool, primary, secondary?
It is started in a primary with a computer literacy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. What about university? Mauritius, Professor.
Yeah, so I think AI literacy and AI competency, they are two very important words, so two key words, because nowadays we know that AI is amongst us and is here to stay. So if we want this AI-powered future, like we all know, I think AI literacy and AI competency is very, very important. So if we talk about AI literacy, then we should be like targeting the mass. At times I talk about the demystification of AI, because at times people, when they hear the word artificial intelligence, okay, they say, that's not for me. But we should understand that AI is going to be kind of seamlessly integrated in our life. So that's why I talk about this AI literacy, which would be some kind of mass education of what is AI. And I think this is very, very important, because we should be having this demystification of AI. So at times I approach perhaps a 60-year-old teacher and say, you know, you got to adopt AI in your curriculum. That person might be like, okay, that's not for me. But I think we should bring this sensitization, this demystification, and encourage everyone to understand that AI is not very, it might be like a buzzword nowadays, but everyone should adopt it. This is one. And if we talk about AI competency, then perhaps, according to me, this should be more technical. Because if we talk about AI competency, then we need to kind of train people to use AI, to develop AI programs, and to really kind of master the skills and expertise that's required to become like AI technical experts. So if you talk about the University of Mauritius, at our level, in my department, what we have done as far as AI competency is concerned, we have been training like 60 professionals in IT. These are working professionals in the industry, so they are responsible for IT departments in their respective organizations. So fully funded programs. They have been following an MSc in AI, a postgraduate in AI, and that is for free. So cost is not a deterring factor here. So they have been able to follow this course, and then when they go back to work, they become like project champions in AI. Okay, so they are able to roll out projects in AI. They are able to have this cascading effect in their work enterprise and in the work environment also. I think this AI competency is very, very important because we need to have these persons also who would be able to understand, okay, so what is machine learning, what is an algorithm, what are tools that can be used, what are techniques that can be used. So if we talk about this AI literacy, I think it's important for everyone to have a broad understanding of what is AI. We talk about AI ethics, AI governance, we talk about some key concepts of AI, some areas of application where AI can be used. I think what's important also for us to understand that AI is like an enabler. It's an enabler because you might be using AI in agriculture, our friend talking about AI in agriculture, we can be using AI in banking, we can be using AI in education, we can be using AI in robotics, automotive industries. So AI, I would say, can cut across, and we should see it as some kind of enabler, which is going to be very important. So that's why I think we need to have these right skills. Skills is important. So nowadays, we hear about the concept of unlearn, learn, and relearn. So we need to have this ability to say, okay, these are new technology. Like, you know, it's moving very, very fast. So we should have this skill of learning, unlearning, and relearning. I think all this is going to be very important in this era of AI.
Thank you very much. And you talked about demystifying. Is AI going to replace the traditional lecturer and the teacher?
I think talking about replacement is very difficult, so we should talk about complementing. This is very, very important. We should talk about complementing because at times we hear about the concept, oh, AI is going to replace my job. I don't think it's going to replace, but it's going to complement. And it's going to make our work more efficient, more interesting, more engaging, more productive. And I think that is what AI is going to do. But replacing, I don't think it's going to replace, but rather complement.
Thank you very much. We'll come back to that. And now from Makerere University, we talk about these competencies. But what are the AI competencies required to teach in AI-rich education, special education settings, and how can teachers be supported? If I'm from the generation that came up and found AI in existence, now I'm supposed to entertain children who have grown up with AI. What are these competencies?
Thank you.
Dr. Joyce.
Yeah, thank you very much. So for me, thinking about it, I think I pick up from the conversation that we've had that AI should not only be at the universities, we should really start from high school, from secondary schools. But what are we doing there? Of course, we have computer literacy that everyone is aware of, but one of the fundamental things that we really teach in our high schools is mathematics. And at that time when we are being taught mathematics, we don't understand the value of it, and where we're being taught calculus 1, 2, 3, probability, statistics, all those things that we're being taught. Until when students come to the university. And when my students come to the university and I'm teaching them machine learning, the first thing I tell them is, who remembers math? And barely any of them remember, because they were like, we did it, we passed the exam, we shelved it, and that was it. So I feel like a major competency is really the mathematics, and that's really the foundation of machine learning and AI, mathematics, statistics, probability, because all the algorithms that are going to be developed or that are being developed are really based on that fundamental. So that's a very, very important competency. And I feel like that's something that we really need to, as university lecturers in AI and machine learning, really need to get down to the secondary schools and build up that capacity for students to understand the value for why they are doing this, because they will need it much later on. So math is very important. Then data. So when I talk about data, we all know, we've had with machine learning, with AI, data is the new gold. Data is very important. And we've also learned that as Africans, we don't have data that is sufficient for building machine learning models. But wherever people are, in whatever sector they are, they always have data. If you're in the bank, you have data. For example, if you have mobile money here or whatever it is that you call it in your country, there's so much data about financial transactions, It is, for example, in healthcare, there's a lot of data that's being used, but how can we be able to leverage that data? How can we be able to train people to learn how to work with that data, how to crunch that data, how to visualize the data? So I feel like the next big thing is really around that data, collecting data that is required really for building up machine learning models. We know in several health centers, when people collect data, they just collect data to give you a diagnosis and off you go. No one ever thinks that the value of that data is one day it will be used to train a machine learning model. So I think also when we are trying to train educators, we train them on how to create data, to create machine learning data, and that's a very important competency. Another one, I think it's also this AI pedagogy. I see it in our education schools. You know, we have the Faculty of Education that trains the teachers. I think AI is one of those things that also has to be added as a subject. If we have mathematics, English, AI is a subject because we want our teachers to go to high schools to teach AI. You know, we want to start to go there, down there. But if we're not doing at the university, if we're not training our teachers, then we cannot tap into that place where we want to be. And then finally, I think another very important competency that we've all mentioned since morning is around ethical considerations. We teach ethics on our computer science curriculum, but it's just ethics of computer science systems, right, in general, but not necessarily competencies around ethics for AI systems. You're collecting the data. How do you collect it ethically? How do you make sure the data doesn't reflect the imbalances that are already in the world? You know, all those things from data collection, building the models, deploying these models, and ensuring that all this is done in an ethical, respectable, and fair manner for the people who are going to be affected or using the AI systems. So I think in terms of the competencies, that's what I wanted to add. And definitely, of course, the AI knowledge itself, right? The algorithms that power the natural language processing techniques, the computer vision, and all those nice things that we've had so far. So thinking about how we can support the teachers, AI, as we all know, is an evolving field, right? The things that we knew yesterday with the advent now of generative AI have changed drastically with the advent of foundational models. Things are really, really moving quickly. So I think in terms of supporting the teachers, that continuous support in teaching, in learning, should really be provided for them. But this also has to be done in a multidisciplinary way. Now computer science and AI is not just for the computer scientists. AI is for everyone because it's really, as someone said, it's a supporting field across all disciplines. So trying to do this in a multidisciplinary way, supporting the health workers, supporting the people in agriculture, supporting people in law, in finance, I think we really need to broaden out. And also importantly is the infrastructure. If we really want the teachers to be trained, to train the students, have we provided the infrastructure that is required for them? We've had compute, storage, deployment, supporting this in an ethical manner. How are we able to do this? And I think these are things that we really need to take away as we try and improve the competencies of our teachers. Thank you.
So there is no running away from mathematics?
No, you cannot.
So what happens to those who run away from mathematics?
We have courses they can take and simplified ways to understand mathematics for AI.
Okay. Back to you, Dr. Feng Shun. We talked about inclusion. You actually highlighted the issue of inclusion. Can you just highlight the competencies that we need, especially to ensure that there is inclusion as we discuss issues to do with AI? Dr. Feng Shun, are you still on?
Yes. I think before I talk about the inclusion in the AI competency and the AI literacy, I want to share, because a few speakers previously talking about when we should start the AI skill, AI competency development. I share with you a real story. I joined UNESCO at 2006. And before I joined UNESCO, I was in charge of the development of ICT curriculum standard for K-12 school students. We released the first national ICT curriculum standard in 2004, exactly 20 years ago, exactly because we released it in April. In that ICT curriculum standard, we covered artificial intelligence, 2004. And then I joined UNESCO in 2006. Almost 2 years ago, when OpenAI released ChatGPT, and there's a news to release the core AI development team of OpenAI, I found many Chinese names, around 20 to 30% of them. And then I calculated their age. Those are the students that I got the education from our national ICT curriculum standard, including AI, and then they went to Tsinghua University and the university in China, and then they got a master and PhD in US, and then they become the core members of OpenAI in developing, in inventing, and in producing AI tools like GPT. You understand what I mean? 20 years ago, we released the more like the AI curriculum standard.
And Dr. Feng Chun.
18 years they benefit. And then I have a real story because I invited one people from Alibaba to speak in UNESCO. It's the chief AI officer of Alibaba. She come to my office saying that, Feng Chun, I use your textbook, the ICT textbook, AI textbook, when I was secondary school student. Now I'm the chief AI officer in Alibaba. I tell you, in African country, start from primary school. In China, 20 years ago, start from primary school. Otherwise, you will always be left behind if you don't start early. I only want to see this word. And in terms of inclusion, the inclusion is a very comprehensive issue. I don't want to speak so much, but the AI competency framework should be, first of all, the framework, the AI framework, the AI curriculum should be inclusive, which means the AI curriculum, AI competency standard or framework should be applicable for all the students, even the students who are living in the rural region. You should think of the unplugged learning settings, how they can learn. I think in this, on this floor, or even on this stage, many of the professors, when you started to learn algorithm, you learn algorithm on paper. It does not mean that you must have an advanced computer, and then you learn algorithm, you learn programming. Sometimes you can learn theories, and then if you have a computer, you practice them. So I think we need to start as early as possible. First of all, the inclusivity of the AI competency, AI framework should be very, very inclusive. And then in the framework, we should promote that the development, the design of algorithm should be inclusive to the local culture in Africa, to the local language in Africa, should be inclusive for people with a disability, and should be inclusive to everybody. You cannot teach students to design, to think of the algorithm that will only earn money but not inclusive. And then the third step is to make the AI tools and the system inclusively accessible for everybody. I just want to share this point and stop here.
Yeah, and Dr. Feng Chun, some of us missed the bus, the AI bus 20 years ago. What do you think will happen with those who miss this bus this year, in the next 5 years?
Yeah, I think, if you left behind, you can only be waiting for US, China, European countries to come to help you. I want to use another word, to colonize you. That's only my thing. Yes, that's true. Because I found the word in this statement of this form, allow it is to decolonizing. I have been promoting this one. We must decolonize digital technology, decolonize AI, and decolonize African countries. And to do that, one of the starting points is to build the local competency, to build the local AI talent.
Thank you very much. And just for the audience, we have an algorithm going on in here. If you are on your device and you're not paying attention, I'm just getting the feedback right here. And I'll have a list just at the end of this. But to all the panelists, 1 minute each, what strategies can be adopted to boost digital literacy across all levels? What strategies can be adopted to boost digital literacy across all levels? Professor Rupesh, 1 minute.
Yes, I think boosting digital literacy is very, very important. So first thing that comes to my mind is empowerment. So I think to be able to boost digital literacy, we should empower the teachers, we should empower the community, we should provide the necessary facility, the necessary infrastructure. We need to have like campaigns. All this I think is very, very important. So boosting digital literacy is very, very important. And we should not limit this only to some key target audience, but when we talk about boosting digital literacy, means that we should target even at times above 60 years old. For example, in Mauritius, we encourage everyone to use online applications. The government has been coming up with a number of applications whereby all these, even senior citizens, they're encouraged to use them instead of moving to pay their bills. They're encouraged to pay their bills. So if we talk about digital literacy, I think this is very, very important. So we talk about empowerment, sensitization, and encouraging people, providing the necessary infrastructure. Trainers, teachers should be empowered eventually.
Thank you. Dr. Peace?
Thank you. He almost said everything, but the most important is to engage the community, the end users. Normally with it on the office, we create application and nobody's gonna use it. So it's better if you're gonna solve a problem, you go to the root of the problem, then from there, that's where you're gonna get the best solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Joyce?
Yes, I think they've said, but understanding the need, right? Because different categories of users are literate at different levels. So I think understanding the levels at which people are in terms of the digital skills, the AI skills, and then trying to provide and tailor the skills and the trainings to meet the levels at which they are, I think it's something that's very important. If, for example, you have students that are coming in the university, if they're already introduced much earlier to computers, then you don't have to teach them computer applications. So meet them at the point where you are so you can decide to elevate and bring up people to the same level.
Thank you. Dr. Feng Shun?
Yeah, three key words. First, positioning. We need to position AI competency as the most important strategic cornerstone of any national AI strategy and any national regulations on AI. Without competency, any national AI strategy, any regulations on AI will not be understood by citizens, by students, will not take any effect. Second, validation. Any public government need to take their accountability to validate the AI tools to be introduced to universities and to schools, and to validate the training program for teachers. The second is validation. The third one, professionalization. If you want to teach AI in universities and in schools, the AI teacher, which means the teacher who will teach AI, must have the professional competency. And for this, the country should have a program to professionalize the teachers who will teach AI, no matter for university or school students. Over.
Thank you very much, Dr. Feng Shun. And with professionalizing, I guess, demystifying the whole idea of AI. Question and answer. From my left hand, that side, any question? Don't let me down. My phone tells me you've been busy online. Kindly, from that end, any question? Some of you are shutting down your devices, but you've been busy, very busy, that end. Any question here? Yes, kindly go out. Afternoon.
So my question to the panel is, given the rapid advancement of AI technologies, what do you think ministries of education in emerging AI countries like my country should start implementing or prioritizing to ensure that the education system or the curriculum materials are not only up to date but also proactively preparing students for AI-related opportunities and challenges, and how to use AI technologies to promote inclusive education?
Excellent. My panelists are noting that. What should ministries of education do now? Here, a lot of silence. Here, yes, let's go.
Okay, thank you very much. And thanks again to the panelists. I think we are talking about a paradigm shift. And we have seen it since the moment that we need to change and and policies in each context. Right now, if you take a look at it, if you want to see it, for example, you need 6 more projects, especially at the tertiary level. I think that's the project approach, and governments, countries need to understand that to change that paradigm. And to make sure that there are consistent resources from the national domestic budget allocated to education that is devoted to STEM education. To make sure that there is an interest for students, for teachers, through planning, through the development of teaching and learning materials, and to make sure that adequate resources also are put into the development of the infrastructures. So the capital development, for example, libraries, you understand? Making sure that we buy, for example, computer equipment. We equip schools with a minimum set of infrastructure that help them access, for example, to internet, electricity, so on and so forth. So I think somebody said it in Feng Shui, that we need to think differently. And for that to happen, we need to work into preparing strong education sector plans that are systemic from pre-primary to tertiary education, but also that has a holistic approach to change our education system, to develop the systems, the system strengthening things that we are talking about.
Thank you very much. I wanted to ask Dr. Feng Shun whether he's carried out some research on how many of our education sector plans have integrated a paradigm shift, like our colleague is saying. Dr. Feng Shun, just take note, we'll come back to you. We are at Dr. Magariaka's table and row. Any question here? He's still recovering from the last presentation. Okay. Yes, please. Afternoon. Some volume, please. Volume. Sound. The mic. Okay.
Pointing to possible runways, conditioning AI in the education system, ensuring that it's within the curriculum, ensuring that teachers are AI ready. So then my question back would be, in your countries, how are you seeing the runway, especially in fiscal allocations? Are we likely to see AI lecturers or teachers or that will be in the academia system? Is it 2 years, 3 years? What is the kind of runway you see?
Okay, thank you. Case of Rwanda, Mauritius, Uganda, and maybe Kenya. Lastly, before we come to Dr. Magaria, we are coming back to you. MC, you have a question to raise. I still have some time, right? Just a little bit more to hear Dr. Magaria say. Yes, please.
Okay, so we heard in the previous session the issues of ethics that come up over and over again. So my question, and I apologize because obviously the chair saw me on his mobile, so I might have missed that. When we're talking about this inclusion of AI in curriculum, are we thinking about that? Or are we thinking only of the technical aspect? Or do we make sure that the curricula that we are developing also put emphasis on the ethical side of this, or the inclusivity that is required of how things have been developed up to now and how they should be looking? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We begin with Uganda. Please.
Thank you. I will attempt 4 and 1. Yeah, so I think the AI ethics, we did mention it, that we have a curricula where we are teaching our students in AI and computer science and machine learning, and we are very specific on emphasizing AI ethics and making sure that this is understood all the way from the data collection to the model development and to the deployment, because at each stage there are unique AI ethics, or what people call it responsible AI aspects of fairness of AI that are very important. So yes, our curricula, we emphasize that we have courses that speak to that, but also try and emphasize this with real data such that the students can actually understand that this is not out of the blue, but they can relate with the data set. For example, we look at work we do at the lab around building machine learning and NLP models for African languages. So how do you ensure that if you're collecting these data sets, that this is done in an ethical way, that you're doing it from a community perspective, you have consent, that the tools that you're developing, that the communities are also going to gain value from these tools eventually. So many things along that pipeline that we emphasize with real life case studies. And we've written actually a paper around this that was published last year around ethics, and doing it from a use case perspective, because that way it's very easy for people to relate when you touch and talk about ethics from that perspective. In terms of education, I think the first question was how the ministries of education are prioritizing this. I think this is very important. I see that in Uganda, we have the competency-based curricula, where we now move to actually doing competencies, doing really practical projects as the students are doing their secondary curriculum. And I feel like this is a very good place, because with AI, it's the same thing. It's really practical-based. You have projects that are multidisciplinary in nature, and I believe that our ministries of education are positioning themselves as well to tackle that, although they only do it at the level of computer science as a project, as a program, or as a course, but AI can easily fit into that, because they're already thinking about this competency-based aspect, the practical aspect of teaching students to do work, and it's not just about the things in the classroom, but with competencies, with life projects that they're working with to assess their understanding of the skills that are introduced. So I wanted to touch on those two questions. Thank you.
Mauritius?
Yes, so I'll talk firstly on the first question that was asked by our friend from Seychelles. So what can the ministry do to kickstart with AI? So I think this can be twofold. So we can first have this AI literacy scheme, where we really expose to the public what are the benefits of AI. I think it is important for people to be able to see what can be done using AI. For example, people might think, okay, this is a very complex thing, but people should be able to see, okay, how AI is used in agriculture, how AI is used in numerous fields. So this is what I will call this kind of AI sensitization, AI demystification. This is the first thing. And second thing, the second fold, I think the government should really kind of set up the policy, the framework, provide the necessary infrastructure to have this kind of competency, this AI competency. So here we are talking a bit about more technical, like machine language, data science, data analytics, programming, stuff like this. But also to add that, the education system, I think at some point in time, we need to really change this. We need to change. So previously, we were asking students, okay, define like the advantages and so on, like list 5 things. Okay, so at some point in time, I think nowadays we're talking about generative AI, we're talking about technology. So we really need to bring our learners to this higher cognitive level. So encourage them to think. I think what needs to be incorporated in our curriculum is this critical thinking. This is very, very important. If we're talking about AI, we need to have this critical thinking, problem solving. So we encourage our learners to move to this higher cognitive level. So I think very, very important, even in Mauritius, even at primary level, students of primary level are talking a bit about Lego programming, for example. So how can we encourage these people to have some skills? Our friend talked about the skills. This is very, very important. Our friend talked about this practical, hands-on. I think all this is going to be very important. Okay, so all this, I think, is very, very important.
Thank you. Rwanda?
Thank you so much. I will start answering the first question, what the ministers are doing. For us, first of all, we have started a program called One Laptop Per Child. It started from the primary, where they give the primary student the laptop so they can play with. That is where normally the student, the brains are working properly. Then it goes to the secondary. They establish all the schools that they give them the laptops so that the student can do the practical. The same applies to the university. That is the government of Rwanda. Another thing, they are establishing the framework on the AI. We have the model, how we can just do the online courses, how we should set using AI, how can we check the plagiarism, and so on. Apart from that, when we are just developing the curriculum, we start from the scratch. We define it. We add those critical thinking. We add the problem solving, and so on. So at least, normally the first thing we have to do, we have what we call the bridge program, where at least we start the student at the level they are before they enter to class. If they did not know, like for example, they don't have skills on the programming, we give them programming. So at least they are gonna start on the same level so they can go together. So another thing, it's to build it, someone who asked, are all capable for teaching AI? The answer is not. But what they do, they normally, when they established the African Center of Excellence Internet of Things, they assign the local with expert from the international. So when they are teaching, you'll be able to help. So helping meaning learning as well. After learning, you select the country you feel like there is an expert on that area, you go and do the capacity building through the exchange. That is how I'm hoping within the future we'll be having even not only the staff, but also the student as well. They do the exchange program, they go, they study within 3 months, then they come back to the country, then they go back and so on. So first, depending on really specialized area you really want to do. That is what they do in our country. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Feng Shun, I'm hoping UNESCO is granting every participant a micro-credential badge for AI sensitization for this occasion.
I did not hear very clearly from the floor, but I believe what I'm trying to responding can respond to all the questions, because I only want to propose one point. We need to be serious about our business, because the use of AI, development of AI competency, is more about the human-machine interaction. The AI company are behind the machine, the AI machine. They are the most serious person about their business. They scope their problem, they define the needs for the data, they clone the data, for example, OpenAI, they clone the data 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago, 2012. They define the data set, they define the algorithm the most seriously, they define the AI method to train the machine learning, they collect the data, they train the machine learning, they get the most expensive computing environment, cloud computing, to train their AI model. They are more serious about their business. Are we serious about our business? Because we are from the human side, they are from the machine side. Are we defining the human side as seriously as then are doing from the machine side? We are not defining our human perspective as serious as them. We are talking about so many terminology, for example, human agency. I did not find anybody define human agency clearly. I have to define it by myself. We are talking about human accountability. I did not find any serious definition about human accountability. I have defined it. And are we talking about AI society we want? What's the AI society we want? We don't know. We don't know. We're just talking. And in terms of the ethics, we're talking about many ethics and principles. I ask a very simple question. What are the top ethical principles we must teach all the students? Anybody can answer me. I ask this question, nobody can answer me. I have to think of what are the key most important ethical principles we must teach all the students. I try to define it from UNESCO. We need to do our business. because we are not doing it. We need to do our very, very business to differ from our humanity, our human agency, human accountability, all the ethical principles focus on what do you mean by do no harm, what do you mean by non-discrimination, what do you mean about active advice in the AI, what do you mean by the explainability if we are teaching students. And we need to think of, and we're talking about AI technology, what's the AI technology? And what's the AI techniques we need to teach students? Shall we teach the AI system design? If we want to teach, what part of the AI system design should we teach to our students at the primary, secondary, and higher education level? We are not designing this. We are not doing our business. I have a very, very simple answer. Do our business. Think of our business. Do it seriously, as seriously as the AI company is doing for their business. Over.
Thank you very much. In Kenya, the AI Society, over the last few days and weeks, I think we are defining the AI Society. And slowly but surely, the chickens are coming home to roost. I don't know whether we are ready, but it's here and it's with us. I wanted to pose a question to the gentleman teaching in the university. What is the AI infrastructure in our Kenyan universities? Please, if you could go. Before we pose the last round of questions to our panelists. Yes, please.
Then, in terms of infrastructure, the human capital is there.
Go ahead. I think you have to use this one.
I think in terms of human capital, the capital is there. There's competencies and training, all undergraduate to postgraduate. There is also the social capital. People have a lot of interest. We learn a lot of short courses from farmers, smart agriculture, beekeepers. Everyone wants to see how to make their life easier, and that is social capital. Then there is the technical capital in terms of infrastructure. Universities are investing, not as we would expect. Of course, there is a divide of numbers, how many students per facilitator and such. So in terms of technical capital, we are not yet there, but social and human capital is there. But finally, the goodwill. Kenyans are very good at jumping to the new things, like we did to M-Pesa and other things. So AI, from social, environmental experts, everyone is jumping to it, and we hope to do the best. Thank you.
A round of applause for our panelists. As I pose the last question to them, unless there's a burning question from the floor.
We have 5 minutes.
Within those 5 minutes, we'll be done. Yes, please.
Yes, thank you. The panelists, especially those who are from universities, I would wish to know the percentage uptake your lecturers, those who are teaching on online learning. And what is your vision and expectation in terms of the uptake for AI vis-a-vis that? Because there are some fundamental challenges that are still pending for the adoption because they go hand in hand.
Thank you very much, our panelists. Our 3 panelists here will have an opportunity to respond to that. But alongside this question, how can AI research, and this is because you're from the universities, how can AI research collaborations and knowledge exchanges within the region be facilitated? We begin with Dr. Peace.
Thank you. I think the percentage I can say 50. There is still way to go, but at least there is also somewhere we reached. So in a collaboration, for me, I would prefer personally to write or create a research center for AI. So people there will be there to share the ideas, welcoming people from different countries. So another thing I would prefer, it's a collaboration, creating a network between universities and industrial so that they can work together. They can do the project. For example, for us, we are having the Afrotech, and also I do the collaboration with RIT and another institute of SLM in India. That is about the AI. But in Africa, if we really needed to solve our problems, we really need to create a collaboration between us and sharing information among ourselves. Thank you so much.
Thank
Plus
you.
skills, by the way.
Professor Rupesh?
Yeah. Okay, so I think collaboration, first of all, is very important. If we talk about this regional collaboration, this is going to be very, very important because every country is doing their bits and pieces individually. But I think if we really kind of bring this synergy together in the region, I think it's going to be very more productive. Our friend talked about this AI center or AI regional center. I think this can be very interesting, whereby we can kind of pool resources together. Previously, we've been hearing about problems with data. We don't have the appropriate data. But if we have like this kind of regional AI center, I think this can be very beneficial in the sense that we can have the exchange of academics, exchange of professionals. We can have like mobility among the staff of the different countries to this regional center. And we can have perhaps this resource pooling, infrastructure, equipment. We can have this data available. This can be very important. I think also we can apply for like collaborative research grant. So if we in the region we are setting up like a team, different persons from different countries, we can bid for funding. We can bid for securing certain grants that can be used for AI projects. I think our friend online mentioned this AI decolonization. I think we should really focus on this. Otherwise, in 20 years, we'll find that perhaps we might have missed the bandwagon again. So I think it is the time now to really kind of jump in the bandwagon, to bring this kind of regional synergy together, encourage this collaboration between different countries, bring this regional synergy. I think this is perhaps what is most important to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Joyce?
I think I would say strengthening, because I think we already have collaborations that are going on within different institutions in Africa. Maybe I'll mention one or two. So the first one is Data Science Africa. I don't know if anyone has heard about that. We recently had Data Science Africa in Nyeri, here in Kenya, where we had over 300 participants, students from the universities coming and being trained in machine learning and AI techniques and working on real data sets. Based on that, we really had a range of topics introduced to our students there. The second one is deep learning in Durban. I don't know, again, if people have heard about it. There's a conference and a training. It's really the largest one in Africa. It's going to take place in Senegal. And already through these events, you can see close collaborations that can be fostered in AI and machine learning. And then finally, I think someone on the previous panel talked about Masakane. So Masakane is really a grassroots organization where we talk and deal with natural language processing and building African data sets. So for example, if we are doing data sets for named entity recognition, we were part of a project where we had, I think, 30 African countries that were contributing data sets for all their languages, but solving for a particular task. So I think these things are already there, and these now can be aggregated and strengthened. For example, to fall under the AI Center, where we have a center where our focus is on NLP data sets, African data sets, where it's on agriculture data sets, on health data sets, where people can be able to benefit. There are other things like AI4D, if you've heard about AI4D, Africa, that's really setting up regional hubs on health, agriculture, education, etc. that really, I think, have to be accelerated and elevated. And maybe people need to be aware that these things are existing, and then we can strengthen these collaborations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Feng Shun. How many of our countries have AI factored in their education strategic plans? As you wrap up.
I think we have more than 70 countries that have developed something like the national strategy on AI. And mentioning education, most of them, but not so many countries are developing a dedicated national strategy on AI in education. Probably, I think 4 or 5 countries, including China, Korea, they have somehow like the dedicated national strategy. So it's quite urgent if the country really want to promote the ethical and effective use of AI in education, which means the country may think of a dedicated chapter or dedicated document, policy document on AI in education particularly. Over.
Thank you very much, and I want to appreciate all our panelists. We've talked about the AI ecosystem, the AI enhancement, skilling, reskilling, learning, relearning, and learning, and the need for inclusion for all of us, and to getting on the bus. If you miss the bus this time round, it won't be 20 years before you realize you've been left behind. Maybe just in 1 year, you realize that you're really behind. And none of us wants to be in that situation. We take the words of advice from Dr. Feng Shun, that the time is now. If we never got on board 20 years ago, the time is now to get on board. And I want to appreciate all our brilliant panelists, Professor Rupesh Kevin from the University of Mauritius, Dr. Peace Bamurigire from the University of Rwanda, Dr. Joyce Nakatumba from Makerere University, and Dr. Fenshun Miao from UNESCO headquarters. And yours truly, Darius Mogaka Ogutu from the Directorate of Higher Education. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ogutu. Thank you, panel. And we can stand and take some quick photos. Thank you. Another round of applause for the panel that has closed our meeting in this room, but not entirely the end of day one. Thank you very much. I would request that as we wrap up day one, and this message especially goes out to ladies, is that there is a very interesting critical space for you immediately after tea break in room 23 at the second floor. So please take note, room 23 at the second floor. We have a very critical space that is a networking session for women working with AI, where the connections are made, where the critical connection points globally are given to you, where the smartness of how to be connected with other women working in AI comes into the room. This session is important. It will be moderated by Ms. Gabriela Ramos and Ms. Diana Nyakundi. So, dear delegates, we are breaking for tea as we wait for the most interesting session at 6:30. Which is basically the cocktail, to start at 6:30 on the 8th floor. Yes, I do expect to see all of you there. But before that, as we break for tea, just another reminder, room 23 on the second floor is already open for networking session for women working with AI. Please clap for me as I drink some water. Thank you very much. Thank you. So once more, ladies especially, the networking session for women working with AI, the room is open, room 23, second floor. To all of us, tea is served and cocktail is waiting at 6:30 on the 8th floor. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow sharply at 9.